Chapter 551. Although Junchin has never witnessed your invincible glory. Zhao Junchin's heart skipped a beat when he met Yi Chen's gaze. He took a deep breath in and said, "However, you're the most famous in China and the world. How could I not know about you? Ever since you debuted, you've killed Yuan Bupo, Northern Devil Jiang, Western Overlord Lu, and other experts. You've killed foreign enemies in China's territorial waters and destroyed a warship with a single strike of your sword. You've never been defeated." He ignored everyone's surprised gazes and took a step forward. "Especially when you killed your way into Korea alone recently and suppressed Korea with your own strength. You've already shocked the world. Although Junchen wasn't there, every time I think about it, I feel the blood in my body boil. I wish I could go to Korea personally and be your subordinate, so that the foreign countries can know how powerful China is." At this point, his face was flushed. As his words fell, everyone present became even more suspicious. The only thought in their minds was that the Zhao family's eldest young master must have gone mad. It was as if he was telling a story. Zhao Yuanliang was even more dumbfounded. Apart from relying on the Zhao family's prestige to spend money and play with women, he knew nothing else. He did not pay attention to anything else. So how could he have heard of Yi Chen's achievements? Just as everyone was confused, a middle-aged businessman suddenly walked out of the crowd. A middle-aged, wealthy businessman suddenly walked out of the crowd. He seemed to be on steroids as he walked to Yi Chen quickly and stammered. "W1 Guahao greets the China #1, El Mad Southern Yi." At this point, he turned to the crowd and said, "Everyone, haven't you heard of the news reported on the television a few days ago? A Chinese expert killed his way into Korea and fought a shocking battle with a Korean expert? How could I not have heard of it?" Someone stood up and said with spittle flying, "This news caused quite a stir. At that time, I thought it was fake news. Later, a friend of mine in Korea confirmed that it was true." After his reminder, many people present nodded and recalled, "Indeed, there was such a thing. I heard that the internet was in an uproar over it. My wife even told me that if I were 1/10 as powerful as that Chinese expert, it wouldn't have been so difficult to pursue her back then." Even Wu Winshan, a scholar, nodded and said, "I was attending an art exhibition in Korea at that time. It was already over when I found out about this. It's said that Korea's crimson afterglow peak was almost destroyed." At this point, his expression changed abruptly. He seemed to have thought of something as he looked at Yi Chen all of a sudden. "See, could it be that Mr. Yi is the martial Tao powerhouse who killed his way into Korea and restored our country's prestige?" "It's just a small matter. It's not worth mentioning." Yi Chen shook his head lightly. He was neither haughty nor humble. "Pretentious bastard." Ning Rulin pursed her lips and said unwillingly, "If my brother Wu Shuang were to make a trip to Korea, he would be able to do this too. Bring brother Wu Shuang to Japan next time." Yi Chen was speechless. As soon as Wu Wenshan finished speaking, the entire competition hall of the Jinling Art Gallery fell into dead silence. Countless pairs of eyes stared blankly at Yi Chen. There was shock, disbelief, and even more horror. So he was the Chinese expert who had beaten Korea to tears. No wonder he had the confidence to ask for an explanation from the Jinling Art Gallery. No wonder he still forced Zhao Yuanliang to kneel on the ground after he exposed the Zhao family's background. He even asked the Zhao family to come and get him. No wonder he did not take the Zhao family's eldest young master, Zhao Junchin, seriously. Tsang Shushuek covered her lips tightly, her heart pounding. "Mr. Yi is so amazing." "Brother Yi, you've really hidden it well." Li Yongmin did not know whether to laugh or cry. When he got to know Yi Chen, he was surprised that the ordinary-looking Yi Chen had such a beautiful and cute daughter. As a contractor, he was worth more than 1,000,000,000 yuan. Although he did not intend to show off at all, he was just a nodding acquaintance when he faced Yi Chen. He felt that Yi Chen and he were not from the same world. Unexpectedly, Yi Chen's background was so powerful that it made him want to die. Yi Qin could even beat a country to tears. What was a mere nouveau riche to him? Little fatty Li Ergua looked at the cute little girl in Yi Chen's embrace enviously. He could not help but mutter, "Why don't I have such a powerful father? My biological father doesn't seem to be capable apart from being rich." Liang Min was speechless. "This old man has misjudged you." Wu Wenshan heaved a sigh of relief. He walked to Yi Chen with complicated emotions and bowed deeply. "What you did the other day raised the prestige of our country. You're a national scholar. It's funny that I took advantage of my seniority in front of you." "Don't worry about it." Yi Chen shook his head lightly and looked at Zhao Junqin next to him. "Do as you see fit." Zhao Junqin's heart skipped a beat. He then walked to Zhao Yuanliang, who was paralyzed from fear. He lifted him up and tossed him to Yi Chen. "Mr. Yi, it's my fault that my brother offended you. As his elder brother, I didn't teach him well. I should apologize to you on his behalf." As soon as he finished speaking, a crack was heard. His right thumb had already been broken by himself. "Brother!" Zhao Yuanliang cried out when he saw that. Regret finally appeared on his face. He could not help but kowtow to Yi Chen like he was pounding garlic. "Mr. Yi, it's my fault. I'm willing to accept any punishment from you." At this moment, this wealthy family's disciple finally realized who he had offended. Not to mention a mere Zhao family, even all the wealthy families in Jinling combined would not be his match. "Mr. Yi, do you think it's enough to atone for my brother's crimes?" Zhao Yuanliang, who had severed his finger, looked at Yi Chen with a pale face. "If it's not enough, Junqin can sever his finger and arm." At that moment, a staff member walked over with a certificate. Yi Chen took it and took a look. He walked out of the art gallery with Meng Meng and Qian Qian without looking at the people behind him. "This is the only time. There won't be a next time. Otherwise, I'll wipe out your Zhao family with a single strike." As soon as he finished speaking, he had already left. "Yes, I'll follow your words, sir." Zhao Junchen bowed heavily in the direction where he had left. Zhao Yuanliang knelt on the ground like a dead dog, panting heavily as if he had just walked through the gates of hell. At the same time, he remembered Yi Chen's words. After what happened today, the news of Mad Southern Ye's arrival in Jinling would spread like wildfire. Any wealthy family would be able to find out the whole story as long as they used some tricks. If the Zhao family still did not know what was good for them, countless wealthy families who fawned on him would attack the Zhao family without Yi Chen doing anything himself. For example, the Ning family, at that moment, a beautiful figure dashed out. "Hey, Yi, you big liar, don't go. You haven't told me where Brother Wushuang went." Chapter 552. Ning Rulin's Anger. That afternoon, at the entrance of the Ning family's villa, the head of the Ning family, Ning Ziyuan, stood motionlessly in formal attire. Behind him were 2 rows of people, standing respectfully. All of them were the upper echelons of the Ning family. Any one of them could cause an earthquake outside, but none of them moved at all. If one took a closer look, they would realize that these people's faces were filled with impatience. However, they did not dare to flare up because of Ning Ziyuan's authority. "Master, who are we waiting for?" In the end, a core member of the Ning family could not help but ask. His words naturally attracted everyone's attention. That was right. With the Ning family status in Jinling, was there a need to make such a big fuss to welcome a single person? Even the master had come personally. Those who did not know would think that a big shot had arrived. That's right. He has an appointment with someone to have sex with. A beautiful woman wiped her face with a wet towel, looking very impatient. "It's been half an hour and he's still not here." "Shut up." However, Ning Ziyuan snorted coldly and said expressionlessly, "Keep your spirits up. It's a great honor for our Ning family that the big shot who is coming today can come to our Ning family. No one is allowed to neglect him at all. Otherwise, he will be expelled from the family." Everyone's expressions froze when they heard that. but they did not dare to complain anymore. However, they could not help but be curious about what kind of big shot could make the master so nervous. Even the masters of other wealthy families did not receive such treatment, right? At this moment, a black BMW drove over from afar. When the car stopped, an ordinary-looking young man walked out holding the hands of two little girls who looked like they were carved out of jade. "Sir, it's my honor to have you here at my humble home." Ning Ziyuan's spirit was lifted. He immediately greeted him with a smile. Yi Chen smiled lightly. "I've kept you waiting, Master Ning." At the same time, the people of the Ning family around lifted their eyes to look at Yi Chen. Disappointment appeared on their faces. They thought he was some big shot. They did not expect him to be so ordinary. "It's not long at all. You're being too kind, sir." Ning Ziyuan laughed and led Yi Chen into the villa. "Sir, I've prepared a banquet. I've been waiting for your arrival." "Dad, have you forgotten about your daughter?" Ning Ruolin walked out of the car, her face full of anger. Ning Ziyuan didn't even pay attention to her. The crowd immediately dispersed. The woman from before muttered, "Let's all disperse. I thought it was some big shot, but it turned out to be a poor brat. The patriarch is really—" "Stop!" Ning Ruolin's face turned cold, and she called out to her, "What did you just say?" "No, nothing." The woman's face turned pale as she hurriedly shook her head. "Although I don't like that guy, he's Brother Wu Shuang's relative after all. In other words, he's half my relative. How can you belittle him?" After dropping those words, Ning Ruolin walked into the villa, leaving the previous woman standing in the same place and continuously slapping her own face. The members of the Ning clan kept quiet out of fear. This was the first time they had seen Ning Ruolin flip out. The Ning family's third-floor reception room. Meng Meng and Chan Chan could not stop eating the sumptuous dishes on the table. The table full of dishes ended up in the stomachs of the two little girls. On the other hand, Ning Ziyuan and his daughter acted as if they did not see it. Instead, they looked at Yi Chen in shock. "Mr. Yi, do you mean that Wu Shuang Ai is dead?" "How is that possible?" Ning Ziyuan almost fainted. He had seen countless people in his life, but he only liked the young man in white who carried a sword on his back. Because of that, he was not angry even when that young man barged into the Ning family's weapon repository and snatched the clan's treasure, the great thunder sword. Instead, he intended to betroth his only daughter to him. Who would have thought that less than 2 months after the young man returned to Yanjing, the news of his death had come? What an outstanding genius he was. On the other hand, Ning Ruolin could not accept it. She almost flipped the table over. She stood up by instinct and looked straight at Yi Chen. "Are you saying that my brother Wu Shuang is dead?" Yi Chen sighed softly and waved his hand. A few fragments suddenly appeared on the table. They were the fragments of Wu Shuang's great thunder sword. The fragments were still sharp, but their owner was— "It's the great thunder sword." Ning Ziyuan recognized it at a glance, and there was a faint stabbing pain in his heart. The sword was broken, and the person died. Did the person really die when the sword was broken? Chapter 553. In an old courtyard house in the old city of Jinling City, 3 figures stood facing each other. The 3 figures stood facing each other. The courtyard house in front of them was extremely old, and the door was even covered in cobwebs. The Ning family's head, Ning Ziyuan, looked at the courtyard house with great appreciation and said, "Mr. Yi, this is the ancestral home of our Ning family. It's also where our Ning family's hidden sword pavilion is located. Your Ning family's ancestor is indeed wise to be able to design such an exquisite courtyard house." Yi Chen's divine consciousness covered the entire courtyard house. He saw all the mechanisms and formations in the courtyard house. "Dad, when did our Ning family have such a Sahiwan? I didn't even know about it before." Ning Ruolin, who was standing at the door, looked around curiously. It was clearly her first time here, and there was a hint of complaint in her tone. Ning Yuan glared at her angrily. Only the heads of the family know about the ancestral land. I thought that if Wu Shuang got together with you, he would be able to inherit it. At this point, he couldn't go on. It was because Ning Ruolin's expression instantly dimmed. Ning Ziyuan sighed inwardly after witnessing this scene. He couldn't understand his daughter better than anyone else. Don't be fooled by the fact that this girl was usually carefree and impulsive, completely lacking the modesty of a girl. Once she set her mind on something, even 9 bulls couldn't pull her back, especially when it came to relationships. Mr. Yi, you're not an outsider, so I made an exception to bring you here today. The Hidden Sword Pavilion has collected the weapons of our Ning family for hundreds of years. As a hero of the generation, how can you not have a suitable weapon? Ning Ziyuan changed the topic on purpose and led Yi Chen into a rundown room. Subsequently, he placed his hand on a candlestick and spun it a few times according to a certain pattern. Boom! In the next moment, the floor in front of everyone disappeared with a bang, replaced by a stone staircase that led underground. Mr. Yi, please. Ning Ziyuan took out a flashlight and lit the stone steps. Yi Chen took a step forward and walked down the stone steps. He could not help but ask, did Wu Shuang enter your Ning family's Hidden Sword Pavilion like this? Not at all. Ning Ziyuan looked at Ning Ruolin by instinct, then shook his head and said, Mister, you might not know this, but our Ning family's Hidden Sword Pavilion has an exit and an entrance. We're at the entrance, and the exit was set by the Ning family's ancestor in a waterfall. I don't know where Wu Shuang got the news that day, but he forcibly cut off the waterfall and forced his way in. At this point, a hint of admiration appeared on his face. My Ning family's ancestors have already set up many formations at the exit to prevent outsiders from accidentally breaking in. For example, the giant stone array, the 10,000 arrow array, and even the glass fire array. Over thousands of years, who knows how many people, blinded by greed, have died in there. But Wu Shuang single-handedly broke the mechanism that my Ning family spent countless generations to set up. When I found out, I was shocked. Ning Ruolin said angrily, of course Brother Wu Shuang is powerful. Dad, if I knew that Brother Wu Shuang wanted to enter our Ning family's Hidden Sword Pavilion, I would have secretly turned off the formation. Fortunately, Brother Wu Shuang is fine. Otherwise, I'll never forgive you. Ning Ziyuan was speechless. While they were talking, they had already reached the end of the stone steps and entered a dark stone room. Ning Ruolin shone the flashlight, and an old face was immediately revealed in the darkness. She was so scared that she could not help but cry out subconsciously, "Ghost!" It's not a ghost, it's a human. Yi Chen shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. The other party was an old man in a gray robe. He looked to be in his 70s. He must have stayed here all year round and had not seen the sun for a long time, so his face was a little pale. Ziyuan greets granduncle. Ning Ziyuan immediately took a few steps forward and bowed to the old man, as if a junior was bowing to an elder. The old man did not say anything. Instead, he looked at Yi Chen with extreme vigilance. Who is this? Ziyuan, those who are not members of the Ning family are not allowed to enter the ancestral land. Are you trying to break the rules? As soon as he finished speaking, a shocking force immediately erupted from his body. There was even a trace of sword intent. The Ning family actually had a martial Dao master hidden. Moreover, he was about to comprehend the embryonic form of sword intent. Surprise flashed across Yi Chen's face. Granduncle. After Ning Ziyuan comforted Ning Ruolin, he said with a smile, Do you still remember the person who broke the mechanism of our Ning family's ancestral land and took away the great thunder sword? Of course I do. The old man's expression froze, and his fierce expression softened a little. How could I forget that sword-like young man? If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have touched the threshold of sword intent. Granduncle, Mr. Yi, is Wu Shuang's relative. Ning Ziyuan immediately explained. Not only that, Mr. Yi is also the #1 person in the Chinese cultivation world. The old man looked at Yi Chen in shock when he heard that, That young man from that day has relatives. Mr. Yi, this is my granduncle Ningtang. He's the most powerful person in the Ning family. He's been guarding the hidden sword pavilion his entire life, Ning Ziyuan introduced. Ruolin, quickly greet great-granduncle. Only then did Ning Ruolin react. She looked at Ningtang in fear and said timidly, Ruolin greets great-granduncle. I didn't expect you to grow up so much. Ningting looked at the slender and elegant Ning Ruolin and sighed. When I entered the hidden sword pavilion to guard it, you were not even 2 years old. Granduncle, it's like this. It's rare for Mr. Yi to come to our Ning family. So I took the liberty to bring him into the hidden sword pavilion to take a look. I hope you can. Ning Ziyuan hesitated. Logically speaking, those who aren't my clansmen are not allowed to enter. Ningting seemed to hesitate, but in the end he sighed softly and said, However, since you're the young man's relative, please go in. Is there any other reason behind this? Yi Chun was slightly surprised. He did not expect the Ning family to let an outsider like him in for Wu Shuang's sake. Ning Ziyuan explained, Mr. Yi might not know this, but after Wu Shuang barged into the hidden sword pavilion that day, Granduncle attacked him, but he was defeated by Wu Shuang's sword. Wu Shuang's 3 questions enlightened Granduncle. Which 3 questions? Yi Qin said while smiling. Ning Tang took a deep breath in and said, As a member of the Ning family, I think I understand the sword and know how to use it. However, I was defeated by that young man's sword. I'm not convinced, so I asked why there's such a huge gap between swords. That young man did not answer me. Instead, he asked 3 questions. Do you know what a sword is? Do you know how to use a sword? Are you worthy of using a sword? Yi Qin secretly nodded when he heard that. That was Wu Shuang. As the sword spirit of the heavenly larch sword, he had the right to question all swordsmen. Chapter 554. Ningting forced a smile. These 3 questions seem ordinary, but they made me fall into a dilemma for a month. In the end, I finally came to a realization. It was also because of this that I comprehended a trace of sword intent. Therefore, that young man has imparted the Tao to me and answered my questions. It's not too much for me to call him teacher. At this point, he seemed to have thought of something and could not help but ask, By the way, did that young man come with us? I want to thank him in person. Ning Ruolin's eyes turned red. She wanted to speak by instinct, but Yi Qin shook his head and said, Wu Shuang has gone out to train. Thank him when you have the chance. That's true. How can such an outstanding young man be limited to a small place like Jinling? Ningtang shook his head and smiled. Then he turned around and walked to a stone door. He took out a tiger-shaped pendant. Ning Ziyuan also walked forward and took out a tiger-shaped pendant from his body. After the 2 tiger-shaped pendants were combined into one, they were embedded on the stone door. Boom! Along with a loud noise, the heavy stone door suddenly opened wide. What greeted their eyes were densely packed swords. Countless rusty long swords stood on the ground. From afar, they looked like mounds of dirt in a grave, filled with a murderous and sharp aura. Dad, there's so many swords. It was the first time Ning Ruolin had seen so many swords hidden in her house. She could not help but exclaim, 1, 2, 3. I can't even count them. If I sell them all as scrap metal, I'll probably make a lot of money. Hearing the first half of her sentence, Ning Ziyuan and Ning Teng's faces were filled with pride. However, when they heard the second half, the corners of their mouths twitched. They wished they could strangle this prodigal girl to death on the spot. This is passed down from our ancestors. Your first thought isn't to protect them forever, but to sell them as scrap metal? Does my Ning family lack that bit of money? A certain little money grubber didn't notice this scene at all and was still immersed in excitement. He exclaimed in surprise while counting with his fingers, Scrap iron is 1.5 kilograms. A sword is at least 4 to 5 kilograms. There are over 1,000 swords here, which means Ning Ziyuan was furious. He said to Yi Qin after coughing a few times, "Mr. Yi, this is what my Ning family has accumulated over hundreds of years. The outermost ones are some ordinary ancient swords. They can't withstand the corrosion of time and have rusted. The weapons inside are more expensive and of better quality. Other than swords, there are also sabers, spears, arrows, and halberds." Yi Qin nodded lightly and took a step forward. Ning Tang hurriedly reminded, "Little friend, you can't. This is the sword forest. After a few hundred years, the surroundings have long since been assimilated, and the magnetic field has changed. If you enter rashly, you'll be no different from a human-shaped magnet, and you'll be easily attacked." Hearing those words, Ning Ruolin, who wanted to go in, was immediately shocked. If she were to go in like this, it would be strange if she didn't turn into a hedgehog. Ning Ziyuan took out something that looked like a raincoat from a box beside him. "Not bad. You should wear the Ning family's special non-magnetic suit." Not waiting for him to finish, Yi Qin placed his hands behind his back. Subsequently, he tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and leaped like a cannonball. Eventually, he landed next to an ancient bronze sword. He stretched out his hand and made a grabbing motion in the air, and the ancient bronze sword landed in his hand. Then he waved it in the air and released countless sword lights. What a pity ordinary iron is still ordinary iron after all. Yi Qin shook his head lightly and stabbed the ancient bronze sword into the ground again. He proceeded to walk deeper into the sword forest with his hands behind his back. With every step he took, then a sword would shoot out from the ground and hover beside him. The body of the sword trembled as if it had seen the King of Swords. In the end, dense sword silhouettes hovered around Yi Qin as if there were countless sword gleams blooming in the air. If one took a closer look, a faintly discernible sword silhouette gradually appeared in Yi Qin's body. The sword silhouette was like a dragon, emitting an aura that looked down on the world and suppressed everything. It was like a king had descended. Ning Ziyuan and the rest who were watching from outside could not close their mouths. Ning Tang inhaled sharply and stammered, Is this the 10,000 swords greeting?" He clearly remembered that the last time Wu Shuang entered the sword forest, it had only caused the 10,000 swords to howl. It gave people the feeling that these swords had seen a friend. Even so, it still shocked him quite a bit. However, the scene before him shocked him. "Oh no, Dad!" Ning Ruolin suddenly exclaimed. "These swords seem to listen to that guy. What if he empties this place when he leaves?" Ning Ziyuan panicked when he heard that. "How can we do that? This is an ancestral item of our Ning family." Ning Ruolin stomped her feet and said angrily, "We can't let that guy escape later unless he gives us money. We'll sell it to him at the market price of scrap. That way, we can save on transportation and labor costs. It's worth it." The veins on Ning Ziyuan's face bulged when he heard that. Eventually, Yi Qin landed before a stone tablet. He looked at a line of words on the stone tablet with a complicated expression. "You guys are clearly swords, but you can only stand here quietly as ownerless objects. After thousands of years, you still can't find a master, and in the end, you'll decay. How is Wu Shuang different from you guys? I'm also looking for master. Wu Shuang doesn't know where master is, nor does he know when he'll be able to find master. 1,000 years? 10,000 years? Or until Wu Shuang decays." There were only over 100 words that seemed to be carved with swords, but they revealed the confusion, sympathy, and self-pity of a pure child facing this tablet and the 10,000 swords. "Wu Shuang, Wu Shuang!" Yi Qin stood before the tablet and mumbled to himself as if he had been petrified. "Just you wait. I'll look for you when I find Night Demon. I promise that we won't be separated this time." With a wave of his hand, the words on the stone tablet disappeared. At the next moment, he turned around and leaped back to Ning Ziyuan and the others. Ning Ziyuan's face twitched slightly as he looked at the countless sword images hovering above his head. He said, "Mr. Yi, are you trying to empty my Ning family's hidden sword pavilion?" "Pay up, pay up." Ning Rulin spread out her hands and said, "The market price of scrap iron is 2 yuan per catty. For the sake of Brother Wushuang, I'll give you 1 yuan per catty." "You've misunderstood," Yi Qin said while chuckling softly. "Master Ning, most of the swords in your Ning family's hidden sword pavilion are scrap metal. It's useless to keep them, but it's a pity to throw them away. What I'm thinking is to refine these 10,000 swords into a sword pill as a form of repayment for your Ning family's kindness to Wushuang." Sword spear? Ning Ziyuan and Ning Ting looked at each other in confusion. Yi Qin did not say anything. He stretched his arm and grabbed. The sword silhouettes hovering above his head were all caught in his hand. Subsequently, they turned into a dazzling flame. A few breaths later, the sword silhouettes hovering above Yi Chen's head had completely disappeared. What replaced them was an iron ball the size of a pigeon's egg. Ning Rulin was on the verge of vomiting blood. "Where's our family heirloom? Where did you put it? Isn't this it?" Yi Qin picked up the sword pill and smiled lightly. Ning Rulin said angrily, "Who are you trying to fool? So many swords turned into such a small iron bead?" After saying that, she reached out to pick up the sword pill. "Let him do it." Yi Qin stopped her and looked at Ning Tung, who was standing aside with a forced smile. Ning Tung suppressed the doubts in his heart and reached out to touch the sword pill. Then he subconsciously wanted to pick it up. However, his expression changed in the next moment. It was because he discovered this tiny iron bead. It was extremely heavy. With his martial Tao Master cultivation base, he found it extremely difficult to pick it up. This is the sword pill. The sword pill is shaped like a pill, and its meaning is like a sword. It can cut iron like mud, and it can be soft like a ring. Yi Chan said calmly, "You guys can control it easily after refining it with a drop of blood. If you encounter danger, you just need to throw the sword pill out. Even a martial Tao Master will die if they touch it." Chapter 555. Sword Pill. It was a magic tool that only existed in the cultivation world and was different from a sword. It was the size of a pigeon's egg. Although it was round, it could change its shape at will. Coupled with its small size, not only could it save a lot of magic power when fighting enemies, it could also achieve an unexpected effect. This kind of magic tool was not considered a brilliant technique. The truly powerful ones were the talisman treasures refined by golden core masters. The talisman treasures contain the power of a golden core master's full-powered attack. Ning Tung hesitated for a moment after hearing what Yi Qin said. He bit his finger and dripped a drop of blood on the sword pill. Subsequently, he picked up the sword pill easily this time. With a thought, the sword pill flew out of his hand and turned into a sword gleam that slashed at the stone door before them. The few of them widened their eyes and looked at the stone door nervously. However, they realized that there were no changes to the stone door. Ning Rulin pursed her lips. "Tisk, it's nothing." Before she could finish, Ning Ting's expression changed. He grabbed the father and daughter with both hands and quickly took a few steps back. At the next moment, a crack appeared on the stone door, followed by numerous cracks. It was like a shattered mirror. Boom! The heavy stone door collapsed with a loud bang. The might of a single sword strike was so terrifying. At that moment, Ning Rulin, her daughter, and Ning Tung were instantly speechless. However, their eyes were filled with deep shock, especially Ning Tung. Cold sweat seeped out of his back. If that sword gleam had landed on him, he bowed deeply to Yi Qin after putting the sword pill away as he thought to this point. He said excitedly, "And Ning family thanks you for your kindness, sir." He knew very well that if the Ning family continued to guard the scrap metal that had been passed down from their ancestors, perhaps in another 1 to 200 years, these things would decay. However, after Yi Chun refined all of them into sword pills, the Ning family would not be able to do anything about it. However, after Yi Chun refined all of them into a sword pill, the Ning family had gained a great treasure. With such a powerful magic tool, if the Ning family was in danger, and he, the only martial Dao master in the Ning family, controlled it, no one below the master level could defeat it. Don't worry about it. I've already said that it's to repay your kindness to Wushuang. Yi Qin took another deep look at the place where Wushuang had been before. He then turned around and walked out. Once upon a time, a white-clothed youth faced the sword forest alone, feeling dejected. But now, it was the same for Yi Qin. At around 5:00 in the afternoon, Tianan Airport, Yi Qin walked out while holding Meng Meng and Qian Qian's hands. Yang Tian and Lin Tai, who had been waiting outside, welcomed him when they saw him. Yang Tian gave Yi Qin a hug as soon as he got up. "Oldie, your flight was half an hour late." Middle stage of spirit gathering? Yi Qin glanced at him in slight surprise. He noticed that Yang Tian's aura was much steadier now. It was a sign that his ability had increased. "Of course, when you weren't around, apart from eating and sleeping, all I did was cultivate with all my might." Yang Tian smirked. Subsequently, he glanced at Lin Tai next to him in disdain. "I remember someone started cultivating 2 months earlier than me, didn't he? Now I've actually caught up to you." Lin Tai's expression turned grim. "How can that be the same? If I were to suck up to the patriarch every day, I would have reached mastery stage spirit gathering long ago." He was the first to follow Yi Qin, and he was also the first to start cultivating. It had been almost half a year since then, but he had only reached intermediate stage spirit gathering. Moreover, it was with the help of a large number of medicinal pills. Otherwise, his speed would be even slower. However, Yang Tian had only started cultivating for less than 3 months, and he had already broken through to intermediate stage spirit gathering. As the saying went, there would be no harm if there was no comparison. He was depressed about that. Yang Tian would always stab him in the back. "Looks like you've gotten a lot of benefits from the patriarch." Yi Qin glanced at Yang Tian with a wry smile. In reality, Yang Tian's aptitude was slightly inferior to Lin Tai's. Both of them had the same cultivation resources, but Yang Tian improved rapidly. Lin Tai's words were true. Yang Tian had been sucking up to the patriarch of hell all day and had gotten a lot of benefits. Speaking up to this point, he seemed to have thought of something again and exhorted, "I don't care what the patriarch taught you, but you must have your own mind. You can't just take whatever others give you, especially the yin and yang integration technique that the patriarch taught you. None of you can learn it." "Why?" Yang Tian asked by instinct. "You'll know when you ask the patriarch how he died." Yi Qin smiled mysteriously and got into Lin Tai's car while holding the 2 little girls' hands. Speaking of which, an example like the patriarch of hell was a 1 in a million existence in the cultivation world. He could not believe that he could create a method like the 3,000 Imperial Girls Dao. He even cultivated it to the tribulation stage. If the patriarch had not forcefully ascended with the 3,000 beauties when he was ascending, he would not have died under the heavenly tribulation. However, even if the patriarch had not died and ascended to the immortal world with the 3,000 beauties, he would have been captured and locked up in the immortal world's prison, Warden Mountain, as soon as possible. The reason being, what he was doing was illegal immigration. Moreover, it was illegal immigration in a group. How could the immortal world's heavenly rules allow that? If it were during Yi Chen's reign, the patriarch would have been locked up for 10,000 years with the prison warden's bad temper. After they got into the car, Yang Tian could not help but ask, "Oldie, where did the patriarch go? I haven't seen him for a few days." Lin Tai, who was in the driver's seat, could not help but look at Yi Qin. "The patriarch is in seclusion somewhere. When the time is up, he will come out. During this period of time, all of you can focus on your cultivation." Yi Qin chuckled softly and urged Lin Tai to drive. He then said, "Oh yeah, take care of the Zhao family's mother and daughter." There was a trace of anticipation in his heart. If the patriarch of hell broke through to foundation building, how much more powerful would his abilities be? This old monster was as cunning as a ghost. He loved to hide his abilities, so he did not reveal many things to Yi Qin. It could be said that apart from Wu Shuang, among all the outsiders, Yi Chen was closer to the Patriarch of Hell. It was probably because they were both cultivators. As the car started, Yi Chen lifted his eyes and looked at the passing streets quietly. A hint of surprise flashed across his calm expression because he sensed that there were more cultivators in Lin City than before. Although there were many cultivators compared to the many ordinary people, they were basically 1 in a million. However, his divine sense sensed that there was a cultivator among the 2 or 3 pedestrians on the street, and the weakest was an internal energy warrior. He could not help but ask, "Has anything major happened in Tiannan recently?" Lin Tai and Yang Tian's expressions changed when they heard that. They fell silent, looking like they wanted to say something, but hesitated. Yi Chen's expression turned grim slightly when he saw that. What exactly happened? Chapter 556. Seeing that Yi Chen's expression was not right, Yang Tian could not hide it anymore. Yang Tian couldn't hide it anymore and immediately said, "During the time you were away, many cultivators suddenly appeared in the Tiannan region. I noticed." Yi Chen nodded lightly. Lin Tai took over and said, "These people are very powerful, and they're dressed rather strangely. We didn't pay much attention at first, but last night one of my casinos was kicked." Yi Chen's eyes focused. "Kicked?" "That's right. A few guys went to my casinos to play. These people won and won. They've never lost before. In less than 2 hours, they won more than 80 million yuan. Lin Tai's expression was a little terrible. At first, we thought they were cheating, but we couldn't find out anything even after trying everything we could. Due to our pride, we could only watch helplessly as they finished off the dealer and won all the chips on the table. That was how the casino business was. In a regular casino, as long as you did not find out that the customers were cheating, you had no excuse to go back on your word. Most importantly, the dealer was usually from the casino. The casino would lose as much as the dealer lost. After these people won, they took the money and left while laughing wildly. Lin Tai continued, "At that time, one of my subordinates, called Ming Feng, was the one who held the fort. This guy was unwilling to give up, so he secretly sent more than 10 people to follow those people. He wanted to snatch the money back. He took a deep breath in. In the end, these people never returned. They disappeared without a trace, as if they had evaporated from the world. They were killed." Yi Chen's expression remained the same. "Yes," Yang Tian interrupted. "The next morning, there were more than 10 heads at the entrance of the casino. They happened to belong to the people who disappeared. These people won our money and killed our people. They even put their heads at the entrance to humiliate us. Tai was furious and was about to look for them. In the end, these people came to the casino to gamble as if nothing had happened. Tai came out to question them, but he was severely injured by them with a single palm." At this point, Yang Tian's face flushed red. "I rushed over immediately after receiving the news, but I was still slapped to the ground by them. They even stepped on me and humiliated me." This was a humiliation that he would never forget. Initially, he thought that he would be considered a powerhouse in China after following Yi Chen on the path of cultivation with the Patriarch's guidance. Never had he thought that he would be easily crushed by a few people who appeared out of nowhere. "Why didn't you guys tell me?" Yi Chen said in a deep voice. "My first thought at that time was to call you, but Tai said that you brought your daughter to participate in the competition. I can't let you be distracted, so I endured it for the time being." Yang Tian bitterly smiled. "In the end, they asked us to compensate 1 billion yuan. They even said that they'll give us a 3-day deadline. Otherwise, they'll kill us." Lin Tai said in shame after saying that. "My lord, I'm useless." Yang Tian reminded, "Today is the 2nd day." "Interesting." Yi Chen spread his arms and flexed his fingers. Have you investigated their background? Yes. Lin Tai shook his head lightly and said, however, we didn't find anything. These people seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. We dared to make a big fuss so that we wouldn't implicate Ms. Su. You guys did the right thing. Yi Chen's eyes flickered nonstop. They came to my territory to steal my money, beat my people, and even extorted me. This is getting more and more interesting. Lin Tai and Yang Tian were both on intermediate stage spirit assembly. They would not feel any pressure against ordinary martial Dao masters. Even veteran martial Dao masters would not be able to defeat them in one move. He glanced at his daughter, who had fallen asleep beside him, and a mocking smile appeared at the corner of his lips. Bring me there, tomorrow night. What the few of them didn't know was that a pair of eyes had been watching the car leave the airport and disappear in the end. The Heavenly Palace's headquarters. Guan Shanhua laughed out loud and said, Mad Southern Yi, oh Mad Southern Yi, you're finally back. I didn't find you so many opponents in vain. Don't worry, the best is yet to come. One of his subordinates could not help but ask, Palace Master, why didn't you attack him yourself? Instead, you want to borrow their strength? These guys have always been arrogant and looked down on everyone. What do you know? Guan Shanhua smiled coldly. That senior brother of mine has been watching me all the time. He's like a dog skin plaster. As soon as I attack, he'll attack too. Moreover, there's still no news about the person the Xiao family asked me to look for. Yi Qin did not go to Lin Tai's casino directly. Instead, he got him to send him back to the Yi family villa. As soon as he got out of the car, Meng Meng rushed into the house with the certificate. Grandpa, Grandma, I'm back. I even got first place. The little fellow kept bragging about the experiences of his group, which made the two old men extremely happy. Yi Qin looked at the time and realized that it was almost 6:30 p.m., but Su Yuhan had yet to return. He could not help but ask, Dad, is Yuhan still working? Yuhan called us earlier. She said that she went to a banquet with Yue and will be back later. Yi Hai was all smiles as he carried Meng Meng. Yi Qin was slightly stunned. Su Yue, hasn't she been in Beijing? When did she come to Tianan? He did not like Su Yue, his sister-in-law. Therefore, he did not bring Su Yue with him after leaving Beijing. Su Yue knew her place, so she stayed in Beijing to develop herself. It was said that she even joined the entertainment industry. Yi Qin did not pay much attention to her after that. Here's the thing. There's a charity party in Tianan tonight. Yue said that many celebrities will be there, so she invited Yuhan. Yi Hai explained, You know that Yuhan's company deals in women's products, especially cosmetics. Therefore, she wants to use the charity party to attract some clients. Daddy, can we go and pick Mommy up? I want to eat the scallion pancakes Mommy made. Meng Meng looked at Yi Chen in anticipation after getting down from her grandfather's embrace. Sure. Yi Chen picked her up and pinched her cheeks. He said in between tears and laughter, I think you're lying about wanting to eat scallion pancakes. You just want to show off to Mommy that you got first place, right? You smart girl. Dongdu Hotel. This was one of the few 5-star hotels in the entire Tianan. It was also a hotel that had just opened. It was famous because many celebrities were invited to the opening ceremony. It was said that the boss behind the hotel was a big shot in the entertainment industry. At that moment, countless luxury cars were parked at the entrance of the Dongdu Hotel. There were also many handsome men and beautiful women in bright clothes, sunglasses, and scarves walking in one after another. Su Yue, who was wearing a burgundy dress and a mask, stood at the entrance. She looked outside from time to time as if she was waiting for someone. Perhaps because she was dressed too sexily, many female celebrities who passed by looked at her with jealousy. There were even many male celebrities who took the initiative to hit on her. What time is it? Why isn't my sister here yet? Su Yue looked at the time. Just when she was about to call to ask, she saw Su Yuhan, who was wearing a beige professional office lady suit, walk in. Sister, you're finally here. Su Yue immediately went up to her and complained. I rushed here after dealing with the company's matters. I ran into a traffic jam, so I'm sorry, Su Yuhan said with a smile. She then took a few glances at her sister and could not help but say, not bad, Yue. You're becoming more and more like a celebrity. When are you going to be my company's product ambassador? Sister, stop talking. Let's go. I'll bring you to meet someone. Su Yue grabbed her hand and walked in. She said as she walked, Let me tell you, I know a master who is very accurate at fortune-telling. Haven't you always wanted to have a second child? You can take the opportunity to ask this master today. He definitely knows. Chapter 5, 57. Since when did I say that I want to have a second child? Su Yue's words stunned Su Yuhan slightly. She looked around and said while blushing, Moreover, even if I really want to have a second child, won't I have to go to the doctor? What does that have to do with a fortune teller? Keep pretending. Su Yue chuckled and said, Uncle Yi and Auntie Wu told me that Yi Chun has been back for more than half a year, but your stomach hasn't moved. They're worried. No way. My parents even told you that? Su Yuhan was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to hide in. They're right. Look, you're already over 30 years old. I heard that it's not easy for women to have children after 30. Su Yue rolled her eyes and said, Moreover, Meng Meng is almost 5 years old. She's reaching the age of maturity in the blink of an eye. It's good for you to give her a younger brother. At this point, she added, Coincidentally, I met a fortune teller before. He's really effective. Many friends in the industry have looked for him. After I told him about your situation, he said that sometimes having a child depends on fate. If you're not fated to have one, you can't force it no matter what. Forget it, let's not. Su Yuhan shook her head without even thinking about it. Although she was anxious about having a second child, she was not so superstitious that she would look for a fortune teller. Moreover, she knew Yi Chen's ability. To her, no master was as powerful as Yi Chen. Instead of looking for a fortune teller, she might as well ask Yi Chen directly. Since we're here, we won't lose out if we meet. Su Yue ignored Su Yuhan's objection and grabbed her hand as they walked into the Dongdu Hotel. The two sisters eventually entered a luxurious private room. When they pushed the door open, they realized that there were many young men and women sitting inside. They were dressed extravagantly. If one took a closer look, they would realize that these people were surrounding an old man in white. The old man was wearing a Taoist robe and had a head full of white hair. His entire body was filled with an immortal aura. Even though he was facing so many celebrities in the entertainment industry, he kept his eyes closed as if he was meditating. Wei, you're here. A handsome young man came to greet them. He was tall and wore a black jacket. His eyes were full of tenderness when he looked at Su Yue. Su Yue went up and kissed him on the cheek. She then turned around and said to Su Yuhan, who looked confused, Sister, let me introduce you. This is Lin Han, my current boyfriend. Your boyfriend? Su Yuhan was caught off guard. She had never expected her sister, Su Yue, to find a boyfriend. Yeah, he's very powerful. Su Yue smiled sweetly and introduced Lin Han. This is my sister, Su Yuhan. She's the CEO of a listed company. Hello, Miss Su. Lin Han extended his hand to Su Yuhan politely. I've always heard Wei say that she has a beautiful sister. I didn't believe her at first, but I didn't expect it to be true. Ms. Su is even more beautiful than what she said. Hello. Su Yuhan shook his hand at the right time and pulled her hand back. She looked up at Su Yue as if she was rebuking. When did you find a boyfriend without telling me? I've only known Lin Han for less than half a month. I didn't have the time. Su Yue held Lin Han's hand and stuck her tongue out playfully. They've already confirmed their relationship after knowing each other for less than half a month? Su Yuhan's smile froze slightly, but she did not say anything in the end. At that moment, a woman in revealing clothes stood up and walked to the old man in white. She asked, Master Tian, I'd like to ask you a question. I went to Thailand for a trip a while ago. I've been having nightmares ever since I came back. In my dreams, a 3-year-old girl often chased after me. At this point, her face turned a little pale, and she's very fierce. Even if I don't sleep, I'll hear the sound of glass beads falling to the floor in the middle of the night. There's even the sound of a child hitting a ball. As soon as she said that, the entire private room fell silent. Everyone could not help but look at the woman and the old man in white. Even Su Yuhan and her sister were no exception. Someone said with a laugh, "Miss Tong, could it be that you're being paranoid? The sound of glass beads and balls should be children playing upstairs." That's right. I also heard that the sound of glass beads falling to the ground isn't a supernatural event. Instead, it's caused by a type of bacteria growing on the ceiling. No, that's not it. The woman hurriedly shook her head. The neighborhood I lived in was newly built. There were no children at all. Moreover, I moved to a hotel for a few days after that, and it was the same. As soon as he said that, everyone's expression gradually changed. Someone could not help but look at the old man in white. "Master Tian, what do you think is going on with her?" Meeting everyone's gazes, the white-clothed old man slowly opened his eyes. He merely took a glance at the woman surnamed Tong and said, "Miss Tong, when you were in Thailand, did you go to a temple there?" How did you know?" The woman looked at him with her eyes wide open as if she had discovered something unbelievable. The temples in Thailand usually worship an existence called Kumanthong. I think you must have accidentally provoked Kumanthong. Master Tian shook his head slightly. Someone immediately asked, "What's Kumanthong?" I heard that Kumanthong is made from the ashes and hair of children who died young. Then they ask a sorcerer to consecrate them. A slightly older, middle-aged man's expression changed slightly. It's said that this Kumanthong that has been consecrated by an expert has spiritual power and can help people change their luck. I've also heard that Kumanthong is very popular in Thailand, and the temples in Thailand usually worship Kumanthongs. Some tourists will choose to adopt one when they travel. The other young man nodded in agreement. The woman with the surname Tong took a deep breath and said, "Master Tian's guess is right. I went to a temple in Thailand. At that time, I saw many children's statues in the temple. I thought they were quite cute, so I reached out to touch them. I didn't expect to accidentally shatter one. It's fine if you broke it, but you were afraid of being discovered, so you secretly packed the broken clay sculpture and took it away?" Master Tian's gaze seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. How do you know about that? The moment that was said, the woman's expression changed again. Then she said, "And Master, could it be that what happened to me recently is related to that broken Kumanthong?" "Of course it's related." Master Tian shook his head slightly and said, "Kumanthong is actually a spirit infant. Most of them are children who died young. Due to the resentment in their bodies, they can't reincarnate. Therefore, some eminent monks made them into Kumanthongs and enshrined them in temples to resolve their resentment. Or perhaps they were taken away by benefactors to accumulate merit. You destroyed a Kumanthong, which is equivalent to destroying its residence. After that, not only did you not explain the situation to the person in charge of the temple, but you even brought the fragment out. You've provoked it, just like that. How can it not bear a grudge against you?" At this point, he could not help but look at the woman with the surname Tong. At the moment, its resentment isn't deep. At most, it will harass you and scare you. As time passes, it might even endanger your life. Everyone was in an uproar when they heard that. The woman with the surname Tong knelt on the ground with a thud and begged bitterly, "Master, please save me. No matter how much money you want, I'm willing to pay." Chapter 558. That's right. "Master, please save Ms. Tong." Many people present followed suit and begged for mercy. "Forget it." Master Tian sighed softly and said slowly, "The one who started the trouble has to untie it. If you want to resolve this calamity, You need to go to the temple in Taibang again and tell the person in charge the whole story. They'll have a way to solve it. What if it's too late? The woman was still in shock. It was fine if she did not know the whole story at first, but now that she knew that something dirty was pestering her, she was afraid even for a second longer. It's fine. Master Tian shook his head slightly, and a yellow talisman appeared in his hand. After you go back, prepare a sealed glass cabinet at home and put some children's toys in it. Make sure to put a wind chime and a bottle of yogurt mixed with white wine. If you hear the wind chime ring in the middle of the night, get up and stick this talisman on the glass cabinet. Then, bring the glass cabinet back to the temple in Taibang. The woman took the yellow talisman with trembling hands. She was in disbelief. That's it. Of course. I can temporarily seal it in the glass cabinet with this method. Master Tian smiled and said, however, don't think that everything will be fine after you seal it in the glass cabinet. After it realizes that it has been tricked, its resentment will increase greatly. If you don't send it back to Taibang after a long time, the consequences will be unimaginable. All right, I'll definitely do it. I'll definitely do it. After the woman put away the talisman solemnly, she said gratefully, Master, how much do you want to charge me this time? It's fate that we got to know each other. It's free this time. Master Tian smiled calmly. After experiencing this incident, everyone looked at Master Tian differently. At first, some people thought that he was a quack. At that moment, many people pestered Master Tian and asked him questions. Some asked about marriage, some asked about career, and some even asked about life and death. Master Tian answered each, and every one of them very clearly. Sometimes he could even tell them about their past experiences and special encounters, which shocked everyone even more. Sister, how is it? I didn't lie to you, did I? Su Yue looked at Su Yuhan proudly. Master Tian is really smart. He's a capable person. Why don't you hurry up and ask him to tell when you can have a second child? Forget it. Su Yuhan hesitated and shook her head. On the other hand, Lin Han said in surprise, Miss Su is married. My sister isn't married, but she has a boyfriend. Her daughter is already in school, Su Yue blurted out. I didn't expect Miss Su to have a child. Lin Han smiled as a trace of disappointment flashed across his eyes. To be able to become Miss Su's boyfriend, he must be a dragon among men. Not long after, Master Tian finished answering everyone's questions and stood up to leave. Su Yue grabbed Su Yuhan's hand and walked over. Master Tian, do you still need me? We've met in Beijing before. So it's Miss Su. This is my big sister, the one I mentioned to you before. I heard that you're also attending the charity party today, so I brought my big sister here to ask you to take a look. Su Yue smilingly said, I remember now. Master Tian nodded slightly, then looked at Su Yuhan and said, Since she's Miss Su's relative, there's no harm in me telling it again. Sister, Master Tian has agreed. Why aren't you thanking him? Su Yue was extremely excited. Su Yuhan wanted to reject, but she eventually said, Thank you, Master Tian. Everyone, please leave for a moment. Su Yue began chasing everyone out. After everyone left, Master Tian sat down again and said slowly, Giving birth involves karma and reincarnation. It's much more difficult than the previous few patrons. Therefore, I need to ask for a birth date from you, Miss Su. Birth date? I don't have that. Su Yuhan was slightly stunned. It's the date of birth. You just have to be accurate to the hour. Master Tian smiled calmly. Su Yuhan looked around and realized that Su Yue and Lin Han were standing at the door, as if they did not want anyone to disturb them. After hesitating for a moment, she said slowly, My birthday is on the 6th day of the 9th lunar month in 1989. I think it's 6:30 p.m. Then what's your husband's birthday? I don't know the details. I only know that he was born in 1988. His zodiac is a dragon, and his birthday is on the 12th day of the 4th lunar month, Su Yuhan shook her head slightly. Master Tian started counting with his fingers. In 1989, it was the year of the snake, the month of the 9th lunar month. The day of the 9th lunar month, he was born in the evening. This went on for more than 10 breaths of time. Seeing that he was silent, Su Yuhan could not help but feel worried. Just as she was about to ask, she heard Master Tian ask, "Ms. Su, if I'm not wrong, you should have a daughter. She's a snake like you, and she was born in 2013. That's right. Su Yuhan's heart skipped a beat. She was very surprised. Could Yue have told him before? Before she could think too much, Master Tian said again, as the saying goes, dragons and snakes don't meet. Ms. Su, your husband, you, and even your daughter have experienced the pain of separation. Am I right? That's right. Su Yuhan was even more shocked. Yi Chen's zodiac was a dragon. Both her and her daughter's zodiac was a snake. After that, Yi Chen went to the cultivation world while she was brought back to Beijing. Was that not the pain of separation? Could it really be because dragons and snakes don't meet? Master Tian nodded slightly and continued. Logically speaking, you and your husband will have 9 children in your life, and every child is destined to be a monster. And 9? Su Yuhan's red lips parted slightly. She was shocked. 9. That's too many. Moreover, the country had only opened up the 2-child policy. It was not open enough to allow people to have 9 children. Even if it was open, she had never thought of giving birth to so many. Master Tian seemed to have sensed her disbelief and said with a smile, "That's the truth. As the saying goes, a dragon has 9 children, and each of them is different. This is destined. I'm just following the will of the heavens." Master, why don't I have any signs of having a second child? Su Yuhan could not help but ask. She had never thought of having 9. She just wanted to give Meng Meng a younger brother. Master Tian chuckled softly. Although you and your wife have 9 children in your lives, this is also related to the day after tomorrow. As the saying goes, there are 3 rounds of battles in the east and west. You guys are destined to face many disasters. What disasters? Su Yuhan could not help but be shocked. That's right. Master Tian nodded slightly and said, "If I'm not wrong, your husband is a hero among men, and he has a sharp weapon. His existence is destined to bring endless killing and blood. As the saying goes, saving a life is better than building a 7-storied pagoda. Killing a person is like falling into a Vichy hell. Your husband has killed countless people, and it will affect his luck imperceptibly. Then he will accumulate endless evil spirits and karma." At this point, he sighed softly and said, "These evil spirits and karma will affect you guys imperceptibly, which is why it's difficult for Ms. Su to conceive a second child. In other words, if there really is a cycle of life and death in this world, your husband has killed countless people, and the murderous aura on his body is monstrous. Ordinary babies are afraid of the murderous aura on his body and dare not reincarnate into your family." The doubts in Su Yuhan's heart disappeared completely after hearing that because Yi Chen's situation was almost exactly the same as what Master Tian had said. Ever since she reunited with Yi Chen, he had killed many people. She knew a lot of them, let alone those that she did not know. She could not help but become nervous as she thought to this point. She asked subconsciously, "Master, is there a way to resolve this?" P.S. There's still one more chapter. I'm writing it. Thank you, everyone. Chapter 559. Su Yuhan panicked when she heard that the reason she could not conceive a second child was because Yi Chen had killed too many people. It's difficult. Master Tian sighed softly when he met her gaze and said, "It's not easy to resolve the sins and karma in your husband." He then changed the topic. However, as the saying goes, there's always a glimmer of hope. "Please enlighten me, Master." Su Yuhan stood up and bowed to him with a sincere expression. As the saying goes, put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha immediately. Master Tian said slowly, the problem you're facing now isn't how to wash away the sins and karma, but to prevent the sins and karma from accumulating again. Therefore, you need to persuade your husband to kill less and do good wholeheartedly. It's best if your husband believes in Buddhism. Buddhist scriptures can get rid of inner demons and dispel evil aura, even evil aura. At this point, he paused for a moment. As for you, Miss Sue, your fate has long been tied to your husband's. It can be said that you're bound together for good and bad. Therefore, Miss Sue should do more good deeds and worship the gods. All right. Su Yuhan nodded with a heavy expression. From now on, I'll be a vegetarian. I'll fast and go to the temple to pray. Miss Sue, you're indeed sincere. Master Tian looked respectful. I have a good friend who's a monk. He's proficient in Buddhism. In the early years, he set up an incense temple at the foot of Yaoshan for people to worship. It's called Puhong Temple. If you have the time, Miss Sue, you can look for him. Tell him that I introduced you to him. All right, I'll remember that. Su Yuhan nodded slightly. Just when she was about to say something, she suddenly heard a commotion outside. It seemed like Su Yuwei was arguing with someone. She could not help but follow the sound. On the other hand, Master Tian looked outside the private room meaningfully. A strange arc flashed across his eyes, and then he disappeared on the spot. Outside the private room of Dongdu Hotel, Yi Chen carried his daughter and looked at Su Yuwei coldly. I'll say it again. Get out of my way. He was here to look for Su Yuhan. However, as soon as he arrived, Su Yuwei stopped him outside and refused to let him in no matter what. Su Yuwei stammered and did not give a reason. I told you, my sister is meeting a friend inside. She'll be out in a while. Why are you so anxious? How could a living person disappear? Su Yuwei was a little afraid of Yi Chen's gaze, but she insisted. She dared not let Yi Chen know that she introduced a fortune-telling master to Su Yuhan because she knew her brother-in-law's temper very well. He did not believe in such things. Get lost. Yi Chen scoffed and extended his arm to push her away. Just when his hand was about to touch Su Yuwei, an arm suddenly attacked him from the side and grabbed his arm accurately. Brother, aren't you being a little overbearing? Lin Han walked over slowly. There was a hint of fierceness in his eyes as he looked at Yi Chen. Wei Wei is my girlfriend now. Isn't it inappropriate for you to do this? When Su Yuwei snapped back to her senses, she immediately hid behind Lin Han. Yi Chen, I'm your sister-in-law after all. Is this how you treat me? You should at least show some respect, right? I was wondering where you got the guts to stop me. Turns out that you have someone to rely on. Yi Chen scoffed and said, Su Yuwei, it's only right that I'm here to look for Yuhan. Aren't you being cheap by stopping me? I didn't hold it against you for Yuhan's sake. But don't take my tolerance for you as an excuse to be cheap, right? You. Su Yuwei was furious. She was once the second young mistress of the Su family after all. She was used to living a luxurious life and being pursued by countless people. Even though the Su family was no longer around, she was still the center of attention when she joined the entertainment industry. Only Yi Chen dared to call her cheap. Are you Ms. Su's boyfriend? Lin Han squinted and glanced at Yi Chen and the cute baby in his arms meaningfully. I thought Ms. Su's boyfriend was a gentleman. I didn't expect him to be so rude. After saying that, he gradually tightened his grip on Yi Chen's hand. Before this, he thought that Su Yuhan's boyfriend was someone extraordinary. However, he felt disdain when he saw Yi Chen. Therefore, he planned to teach Yi Chen a lesson. He would beat him up if he did not. However, he had to make him suffer. However, his expression changed slightly in the next moment. He realized that Yi Chen's arm was unusually hard. No matter how hard he tried, Yi Chen remained expressionless. How was that possible? One had to know that he, Lin Han, came from Shang Santian. Yet he could not do anything to a person from the secular world. Thinking to this point, a mocking smile appeared at the corner of his lips. So you're a martial artist. No wonder you have the guts to bully my girlfriend. All right, I'll play with you. At the next moment, he threw a punch at Yi Chen. His target was the cute baby in Yi Chen's arms. Lin Han, don't be rash. Su Youwei's pretty face changed when she saw that. She knew how powerful Yi Chen was. Now, Lin Han had taken the initiative to attack him. Was he courting death? Bang! Yi Chen threw a punch as well. The two fists collided, producing an ear-piercing sonic boom. A violent force spread in all directions with the two of them as the center. Boom! Countless cracks appeared on the ground. Many hotel facilities exploded on the spot. As for Su Youwei, she was sent flying backward. He took another look. Lin Han took 3 steps back abruptly, leaving a long ravine under his feet. Meanwhile, Yi Chen was still holding Meng Meng without moving. You're a cultivator too? At that moment, Lin Han's frivolous expression changed slightly. Although he had only used less than 10% of his strength in that punch earlier, it was enough to kill any expert below the martial Dao master level. However, not only did Yi Chen take it, but he even sent him flying with a punch. Yi Chen was shocked too. He did not expect Su Youwei's boyfriend to be able to take a casual blow from him. Lin Han was at least a peak martial Dao master. You want to play? Let's play then. Yi Chen's eyes turned cold. He moved and leaped toward Lin Han while carrying his daughter. His speed was as unfathomable as a ghost. So what if you're a cultivator? You bunch of bumpkins from the secular world don't know how powerful Shang Santian is. Lin Han smirked coldly and was about to charge forward. Stop! At that moment, a cold voice came from the side. Su Yuhan walked out of the private room angrily. Meng Meng immediately went up to her. Mommy! After Su Yuhan carried her daughter, she raised her eyes and sized up the mess and the crowd. She said coldly, What's wrong with all of you? Why did you guys fight? Sister, Su Youwei said in an extremely wronged manner. You were meeting your friend inside earlier, but Yi Chen insisted on rushing in. I told him to wait, but not only did he not listen, he even wanted to attack me. If it weren't for Lin Han, I might have been beaten up by now. Just as she was about to add fuel to the fire, she suddenly felt an extremely cold gaze directed at her. She shuddered and did not dare to continue. That's your brother-in-law, not an outsider. Why are you calling him Yi Chen? You're so rude. Su Yuhan glared at her. Su Youwei lowered her head angrily. All right, it's all a misunderstanding. Su Yuhan waved and looked at Yi Chen. When did you come back? I just came back. If you, the housewife, didn't come back, the child and I would have to starve. That's why I came to look for you. Yi Chen's cold expression finally softened. Meng Meng hugged Su Yuhan's neck and giggled. Mommy, I got first place this time. That's great. I'll cook you a delicious meal when we get back. Su Yuhan kissed her and said, Let's go back. By the way, Youwei, do you want to go back with us? Sister, I'm not going. Su Youwei glanced at Yi Chen in fear and shook her head immediately. All right then. Be careful when you're outside. Remember to call me if anything happens, Su Yuhan reminded worriedly and left with her daughter and Yi Chen. Yi Chen took a good look at Lin Han before he left. I'm so pissed off. After watching them leave, Su Youwei stomped her feet and vented. He was the one who attacked first, but my sister scolded me instead. Looks like I'm the outsider now. Cough, cough. At that moment, Lin Han coughed violently. Lin Han, are you all right? Su Youwei immediately became nervous. I'm fine. Lin Han shook his head lightly. He looked at the direction where Yi Chen had disappeared in deep thought and said while grinning coldly, Your brother-in-law is very powerful. He's the most powerful person I've met this time. He's crazy. Don't provoke him. Didn't you see that he wanted to attack me earlier? I wonder why my sister likes him, Su Youwei said angrily. Lin Han could tell what she meant and could not help but ask, Why? I feel that you don't have a good relationship with your brother-in-law. Of course not. A trace of fear and hatred flashed across Su Yowei's pretty face. If your clan was destroyed, would you still greet him with a smile? She was afraid and hateful of Yi Chen. He was afraid that Yi Chen's ability was like a nightmare. She hated the fact that she used to be the second young mistress of the Su family. She lacked nothing. However, ever since Yi Chen destroyed the Su family, she lost everything overnight. Your Su family was destroyed by him? A glint flashed across Lin Han's eyes. Don't worry. Since he's your enemy, he's my enemy too. I'll help you deal with him. Don't. Su Yowei's expression changed slightly. Apart from me, my sister, and my cousin Su Qilin, no one in the Su family survived. He killed them all. He's a terrifying person. As her voice fell, Lin Han suddenly looked at her. What did you say? Su Qilin is your cousin? Yeah, what's wrong? Su Yue was puzzled. Lin Han's expression changed a few times before he suddenly laughed. Nothing. Su Qilin. He did not expect the proud disciple of the first peak of Shang Santian's sword sect to come from the secular world. Moreover, he was Su Yowei's cousin. A hint of fear flashed across his eyes. Even I would be overshadowed by a paragon like Su Qilin. In the entire sword sect, I'm afraid only the new genius from the sword sect's humble peak, Yi Wushuang, can compete with him, right? P.S. The third chapter has a lot of words, so the price will be a little more expensive. Thank you for your support. The plot will become more and more exciting. I'm begging for tickets. Chapter 560. On the way home, Su Yuhan carried Meng Meng while listening to Yi Chen and his daughter's experience in Jinling. When she heard that the organizer of the competition had publicly broken the fairness of the competition and awarded the first prize to the Zhao family's Zhaoyang, she could not help but reveal a furious expression despite her character. She lifted her head to look at Yi Chen, who was driving. Why, you didn't kill anyone, did you? Am I, your husband, a murderous demon who kills for no reason in your eyes? Yi Chen shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or to cry. Anyone who died in his hands had touched his bottom line or someone who had the ability to threaten him. That's good. Su Yuhan heaved a sigh of relief as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. She was really afraid that Yi Chen would do something overboard in front of her daughter. By the way, who did you meet in the private room earlier? Yi Chen asked. A friend that Yue introduced. I chatted with him for a while. Su Yuhan hesitated for a moment, but she did not tell the truth in the end. She could vaguely sense that there seemed to be some grudge between Yi Chen and her sister. If she told him that Master Tian introduced him to Yue, Yi Chen would probably dislike Yue even more. Yi Chen, who was driving, did not notice anything wrong with her expression. Instead, he said, Try to stay away from your sister in the future. What's wrong with Yue? Su Yuhan asked by instinct. Your sister is too smart. I thought her personality would change after not seeing her for 2 months. I didn't expect her to still be the same. Yi Chen shook his head lightly. Oh, yeah. Now that you mentioned her, I just remembered Yue's boyfriend. His name is Lin Han. I've never seen him before. Su Yuhan seemed to have thought of something. She frowned and said, Yue talked to me on the phone before, but she never mentioned this person to me. She even told me that she and Lin Han had known each other for less than half a month. At this point, she was a little worried. They're a couple after knowing each other for less than half a month? Yue is being a little ridiculous. Looks like I have to ask her to come home later and get to know Lin Han. She's one of the few relatives I have in this world now. Yi Chen smiled but did not say anything. However, his eyes kept flickering. Shang Santian? I don't care where you're from. If you become my enemy, I'll kill you. The next night, a black BMW drove into the largest underground casino in Forest City, the Crystal Palace. The entrance of the casino was located in the underground parking lot. When Yi Chen walked out of the car, Lin Tai and Yang Tian, who had been waiting, came to him. Yi Chen lifted his eyes to look around and asked, Are those people here? Not yet, but I think it will be soon. Lin Tai shook his head lightly and subsequently said, My lord, I'll bring you in first. Everything has been prepared inside." Yi Chen nodded lightly and walked into the elevator in the parking lot under their lead. As the elevator started, an extremely spacious and bright hall came into view. There were all sorts of gambling equipment in the hall, but there were not many people at the moment. As if sensing Yi Chen's doubt, Yang Tian could not help but say, "Old Yi, Atai's casino used to have good business, but ever since those guys came, the traffic has decreased greatly." "My lord, you're only looking at the first floor of the casino. Let's wait on the third floor first." "The third floor is mainly for leisure and dining," Lin Tai introduced. At that moment, Yi Chen exclaimed. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes as he looked at a gambling table in the lobby of the casino on the first floor. "What's wrong?" Lin Tai and Yang Tian hurriedly looked in the direction of his voice. They saw many people gathered at the gambling table. There were only two people sitting there. One was a slightly plump middle-aged man dressed like a foreign merchant. In front of him was a pile of chips, and opposite him was a little boy about 14 or 15 years old. In front of the two of them, there was a beautiful dealer dealing cards. The two of them were obviously playing Golden Flower. Compared to the pile of chips in front of the middle-aged man, the little boy's face was empty, and he looked dejected. "Why is this kid here?" Yi Chen's gaze focused on the little boy. He was Zhao Xiaotian, one of the Zhao family's mother and son, whom Huang Quan had been thinking about before he went into closed-door cultivation. "My lord, you might not know this, but the patriarch often gives money to this kid named Zhao. This kid is good at eating, drinking, gambling, and smoking. He actually came to our casino to play a while ago." Lin Tai was afraid that Yi Chen would be angry, so he hurriedly explained, "We chased this kid out in the beginning. In the end, this kid took a box of money and scattered it around the entrance of our casino. He even said that he has money too. So why can't he come in? Due to his relationship with the patriarch, we couldn't do anything to him. So we could only turn a blind eye." "Old Yi, you have no idea. This kid is really a talent." At the mention of him, Yang Tian beamed with joy and said, "This kid is more addicted to gambling than anyone else. In less than 3 days after coming to this casino, he lost 2 million yuan. In the end, he even went to borrow from loan sharks. If it weren't for Ah Tai's secret help, he would have been beaten to death and thrown into the gutter by the debt collectors." As they were talking, the elevator had already reached the third floor. Yi Chen walked into a private room and sat down. He lifted his eyes to look at Zhao Xiaotian below and said in a deep voice, "The patriarch gave him so much money." "I'm not sure about that." Yang Tian shook his head and said, "In any case, the patriarch treats this kid like his own son. I don't know what the patriarch sees in him." "Why? Are you jealous? Why don't you become the patriarch's godson when he returns? I'll be the middleman and hold a banquet for you two to reunite," Lin Tai teased. Yang Tian almost threw a punch at him. "Get lost." Of course, he was interested in his body. Yi Chen secretly laughed. Just as he was about to say something, he heard a loud laugh coming from below. "Ha ha ha! Kid, do you still have money to follow me?" The person who spoke was the foreign merchant. Compared to his pride, Zhao Xiaotian, who was sitting opposite him, looked dejected. He picked up his cards and looked at them again. They were a pair of aces. Then he unwillingly threw out the remaining 2,000 yuan on the table. "I want to open your cards." "Kid, you want to open my cards with a mere 2,000 yuan? Dream on. If you don't have money, quickly admit defeat and go back to drinking milk for a few years." The middle-aged merchant sneered. The onlookers also laughed. There were originally 6 people in this game of Golden Flowers, and it lasted for half an hour. During this period, for people quit. During the whole process, the middle-aged merchant never looked at his cards. He had been depressed. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that this was the time to compete with chips and psychological tactics. Zhao Xiaotian was obviously no match for him. Zhao Xiaotian flew into a rage when he heard that. His face flushed red, as if he had thought of something. He gritted his teeth and said, "You can open your cards for 30,000 yuan at most. I'll bet one finger. Is that enough? P.S. The first chapter is a little stuck. I'm still writing the rest. Sorry." Chapter 561. What's wrong? Lin Tai and Yang Tian hurriedly looked in the direction of his voice and saw many people gathered at the gambling table. There were only two people sitting there. One was a slightly plump, middle-aged man dressed as a foreign merchant with a pile of chips in front of him. Opposite him was a little boy about 14 or 15 years old. In front of the two of them, there was a beautiful dealer dealing cards. The two of them were obviously playing Golden Flower. Compared to the pile of chips in front of the middle-aged man, the little boy's face was empty and he looked dejected. Why is this kid here? Yi Chen's gaze focused on the little boy. He was Zhao Xiaotian, one of the Zhao family's mother and son whom Hell had been thinking about before he went into closed-door cultivation. My lord, you might not know this, but the patriarch often gives money to this Zhao kid. This kid is good at eating, drinking, gambling, and smoking. He actually came to our casino to play a while ago. Lin Tai was afraid that Yi Chen would be angry, so he hurriedly explained. We chased this kid out in the beginning. In the end, this kid took a box of money and scattered it around the entrance of our casino. He even said that he has money too, so why can't he come in? Due to his relationship with the patriarch, we couldn't do anything to him, so we could only turn a blind eye. Oldie, you have no idea. This kid is really a talent. At the mention of him, Yang Tian beamed with joy and said, This kid is more addicted to gambling than anyone else. In less than 3 days after coming to this casino, he lost 2 million yuan. In the end, he even went to borrow from loan sharks. If it weren't for Ah Tai's secret help, he would have been beaten to death and thrown into the gutter by the debt collectors. As they were talking, the elevator had already reached the 3rd floor. Yi Chen walked into a private room and sat down. He lifted his eyes to look at Zhao Xiaotian below and said in a deep voice, The patriarch gave him so much money. I'm not sure about that. Yang Tan shook his head and said, In any case, the patriarch treats this kid like his own son. I don't know what the patriarch sees in him. Why? Are you jealous? Why don't you become the patriarch's godson when he returns? I'll be the middleman and hold a banquet for you two to reunite. Lin Tai teased. Yang Tian almost punched him. Get lost. Naturally, she was interested in his physical body. Yi Chen secretly laughed. Just when he was going to say something, he heard a loud laugh coming from below. Ha ha ha! Brat, do you still have money to follow me? The one who spoke was the foreign merchant. Compared to his pride, Zhao Xiaotian, who was sitting opposite him, looked dejected. He picked up his cards and looked at them again. They were a pair of aces. Then he unwillingly threw out the remaining 2,000 yuan of chips on the table. I want to open your cards. Kid, you want to open my card with a mere 2,000 yuan? Stop dreaming. If you don't have any money, just admit defeat and go back to drinking milk for a few years. The middle-aged merchant sneered. The onlookers also laughed. There were originally 6 players in this game of Golden Flowers, and it lasted for half an hour. During this time, 4 players quit. During the whole time, the middle-aged merchant did not even look at his cards. He was depressed the whole time. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that this was a battle of chips and psychological tactics. Zhao Xiaotian was obviously no match for him. Zhao Xiaotian flew into a rage when he heard that. His face flushed red, as if he had thought of something. He gritted his teeth and said, You can open your cards for 30,000 yuan at most. I'll bet a finger. Is that enough? When they saw this scene, Lin Tai and Yang Tian, who were in the private room, were shocked. What kind of bastard did the patriarch fancy? This kid was really mad at losing. This kid is so mischievous, but he's actually an idiot. He didn't even think about how he could defeat that middle-aged merchant. That man has eaten more salt than he has eaten rice. Yang Tian cursed. Lin Tai could not help but say, "My lord, do you want me to send someone to stop him?" He was really afraid that something would happen to Zhao Xiaotian. Otherwise, he would not be able to answer to the patriarch when he returned. No need. Yi Qin shook his head lightly. He immediately spread his divine consciousness and saw the middle-aged merchant's cards clearly. It was 3 threes. Such a deck of cards completely crushed Zhao Xiaotian's pair of aces. Ignore him. Let's just watch the show, quietly. Yi Qin chuckled softly and ignored their doubts. He said with a forced smile, "I'd like to see how this kid will deal with it after he loses." The Patriarch of Hell had his eyes on this cauldron. He was also filled with curiosity. This kid was ruthless. It was good for him to suffer a little. At the same time, in the lobby of the casino, "Good job, kid." The middle-aged merchant was shocked as well. And then he said, "You're even more courageous than I was in my early years." "All right, I agree." At this point, he changed the topic, and his expression was replaced by coldness. "Of course, if you lose, leave me a finger before you scram." At the next moment, both of them flipped over their cards. "Ha ha ha." The middle-aged merchant laughed on the spot. He was very pleased with himself. "Congratulations, kid. One of your fingers is gone." How is this possible?" Zhao Xiaotian's smug expression was immediately replaced by fear and disbelief. "No, this is impossible." He screamed and threw the pie at the middle-aged merchant. Then he grabbed a handful of chips on the table and ran toward the exit of the casino like a madman. Obviously, he wanted to go back on his word after losing. Not only did he want to go back on his word, he did not forget to take away a portion of the other party's chips before leaving. Little B asterisk starred, "You're still trying to run." The middle-aged merchant flew into a rage. He suddenly stood up and said to the bodyguard guarding the door, "Capture this kid. I want one of his hands." Zhao Xiaotian had just run to the door when he was grabbed by a burly man in a suit. No matter how hard he struggled and resisted, it was useless. In the end, he was dragged back to the gambling table by the burly man like a chick. Slap. The middle-aged merchant stood up, walked over, and slapped him in the face. He smiled sinisterly and said, "Kid, why don't you run?" "Why aren't you running? I've traveled all over the world for so many years, and you're the first person who dares to fool me." "Uncle, let me go. I was wrong." Zhao Xiaotian was finally afraid. His face was full of fear. Wang Yao smiled coldly. "I originally admired you. I thought that you were quite brave despite your young age. If you had lost, I might not have taken a finger from you. But not only did you renege on your debt, you even stole my chips before you left." Wang Yao sneered coldly. "Hold his hand down for me. Not only do I want one of your fingers, I want your whole hand. Consider it a lesson for you. You have to be honest when you're in the underworld." Hearing his words, the burly man in the suit immediately pressed Zhao Xiaotian's left hand on the gambling table. Wang Yao bent down and picked up a stool. "No, no." Zhao Xiaotian was so scared that he wet his pants on the spot. He trembled and said, "Don't break my hand. My stepmother's boyfriend is very rich. When he comes back, he will give you as much money as you want." Wang Yao's face was full of disdain. He raised the stool and was about to smash it down. At this moment, Zhao Xiaotian suddenly said, "My godfather is Brother Bao. If you dare touch me, he won't let you off." As soon as this was said, Wang Yao's movements suddenly froze, and his face was full of fear. "Brother Bao, Lin Tai." These few words were famous in the entire Tianan. No one dared to underestimate him. Even he was no exception. Yi Qin, who was in the private room, could not help but look at Lin Tai beside him when he heard that. He chuckled and said, "When did you have a godson?" Lin Tai smiled bitterly. He did not expect Zhao Xiaotian to say such a thing at a time like this in order to save a hand. "Brother Bao is your godfather?" Wang Yao looked at Zhao Xiaotian in awe, and immediately reacted. Little B asterisk starred, if your godfather is really Brother Bao, how could he not even have 30,000 yuan? How dare he lie to me? If your godfather is Brother Bao, then my son is Mad Southern Yi. Hearing this, Yang Tian could not help but laugh in the private room. Old Yi, congratulations on having a rich father. In the next second, the stool in Wang Yao's hand slammed down. Almost at that moment, there was a loud bang at the casino's door. Then 2 men and a woman swaggered in from outside. Lin Tai, 3 days are up. Have you raised the 1 billion yuan? End of this chapter. Chapter 562. Lin Tai, 3 days are up. Have you raised the 1 billion yuan? This sudden scene shocked all the guests in the underground casino. Everyone could not help but look in the direction of the voice. Even Wang Yao, who was about to cripple Zhao Xiaoyan's hand, was no exception. Who was it? How could he be so arrogant? Didn't he know that this was the largest underground casino in Lin City? There were 2 men and a woman, all around 24 or 25 years old. They were wearing all kinds of famous brands and had famous watches on their hands. The leader was a young man with a buzz cut. He had an unruly expression, and a wanton smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. His majestic gait gave people a trace of invisible pressure. What are you looking at? As if sensing everyone's angry gazes, the man behind the young man with the buzz cut grinned. A bunch of ants. I'll give you 10 seconds to leave the money and disappear. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave. As his voice fell, everyone in the casino was completely enraged. Anyone who could come to this casino to gamble was either rich or noble. They had never met such an arrogant person. Wang Yao, who was already in a bad mood, could not help but curse. F***CK. Where did these 3 bastards come from? Get out! Before he could finish his sentence, his voice stopped abruptly. He only felt an intense pain coming from his neck, and then he lost consciousness. Then his head rolled to the ground with a grunt. Blood splattered on the faces of others. Dead silence, dead silence. Everyone present widened their eyes in disbelief as they stared at the scene before them. Obviously, they did not expect someone to die so suddenly. The most frightened person was Zhao Xiaotian, who was next to Wang Yao. At this time, his face was covered in blood. His eyes were filled with horror as he watched Wang Yao's headless body fall on top of him. He did not dare to move. When had a 15-year-old like him ever seen such a scene? Kill. Murder. No one knew who exclaimed, but it was followed by a lot of exclamations. For a moment, everyone did not even bother to take the chips on the table. They rushed to the exit of the casino, afraid that they would be 1 step behind. In the blink of an eye, almost everyone in the casino had run away. Only Zhao Xiaotian leaned against the gambling table. He held Wang Yao's headless body in his arms and did not dare to move. He was obviously scared silly. The young man who spoke earlier flexed his fingers in disdain. A bunch of ants. How can they not be scared? I only killed 1 person and they all ran away. Huang Yan, there's another brat here. The woman in the jade green dress giggled as she noticed Zhao Xiaotian. Lin Tai, are you hiding and pretending to be a coward? The young man with the brush cut looked up and down the entire casino. He put on a fake smile and said, Do you think hiding will work? If you don't come out, I, Duan Hong, will kill your men first and then destroy your casino. Stop! Right at this moment, a furious voice resounded. Subsequently, Lin Tai and Yang Tian leaped out of the private room one after another. Their eyes were burning with anger. You 2 pieces of trash have finally come out. Duan Hong sneered. I thought you were going to hide for the rest of your lives. Are you ready for 1 billion? Yes, hurry up and take it out. This is your only chance to live. The young man behind him, Huang Yan, also laughed. His eyes revealed a look like a cat playing with a mouse. They thought that Lin Tai and Yang Tian would definitely reveal a look of fear. Who would have thought that the 2 of them would suddenly laugh? Impudent! How can you still laugh? The woman in the jade green dress's expression turned cold. Killing intent filled her eyes. Could it be that the lesson Huang Yan gave you 2 pieces of trash last time wasn't enough? Kursin is right. Huang Yan's expression was extremely gloomy. The 2 of you might be considered experts in the secular world, but in our eyes, you're no different from ants. At most, you're just slightly more powerful ants. You 3 idiots. Yang Tian was not angry. Instead, he laughed. We're laughing because you don't know that you're about to die. How dare you come and ask us for money? Duan Hong and the other 2 were furious. In the next second, Lin Tai took a deep breath in and turned around. He knelt on one knee and said to the private room on the 3rd floor, "Welcome, my lord." Duan Hong could not help but look at the 3rd floor. He said in disdain, "I was wondering where the 2 of you pieces of trash got your confidence from. So it's because you've hired help. I'd like to see what kind of help gives you such confidence. Another one who has a death wish. Don't celebrate too early, you 2 pieces of trash. You'll suffer later." Huang Yan sneered. "Brother, don't do anything when these 2 pieces of trash's helper comes out. Let me do it. I want these 2 pieces of trash to see how powerful we are." The woman in the jade green dress licked her lips with a cruel expression on her face. "Oh, is that so?" A calm voice came from the 3rd floor. In the next second, the door of a room on the 3rd floor shattered, and the shards scattered everywhere. Subsequently, a powerful energy tore through the air. A skinny figure flew in the air with his hands behind his back. He walked in the air step by step as if there were invisible stone steps under his feet. They saw that graceful figure. Lin Tai and Yang Tian's eyes were filled with passion. In their hearts, Yi Chen was an invincible existence, an undefeated legend. He's quite capable. No wonder these 2 pieces of trash are so confident. Duan Hong squinted as his eyes flashed. Huang Yan and the woman in the jade green dress behind him were no exception. A solemn expression flashed across their faces at the same time. Clearly, Yi Chen's appearance gave them some pressure. After Yi Chen landed, Duan Hong said in a deep voice, "Are you the helper that these 2 pieces of trash hired? I'll make it clear first. Scram if you don't want to die. You 3 pieces of trash are the people who extorted 1 billion from Lin Tai." Yi Chen stood with his hands behind his back with a cold expression. "Who gave you guys the courage? I'll give you guys a chance. Scram within 3 breaths or I'll kill you." "How dare you?" Duan Hong and the other 2 were furious. "Young Master Duan, why are you wasting your breath on him? We'll talk after we kill him." Huang Yan smirked as he clenched his fists tightly. A series of cracking sounds came from his bones, filled with extreme power. Following that, he stomped his feet on the ground, causing the ground to shake violently. He stomped his feet on the ground, causing the ground to shake violently. Subsequently, his body appeared before Yi Chen like a ghost. His right hand expanded in the wind, and his fist was filled with a sharp wind that seemed to be able to topple mountains and overturn seas. Such power made Lin Tai and Yang Tian's faces turn pale. It was because they were defeated by Huang Yan in 1 move earlier. They did not even have the ability to resist. Duan Hong and the woman in the jade green dress could not help but sneer when they saw that. Huang Yan was using the Huang family's martial technique, the Tongbi fist. Using it against ordinary martial artists in the secular world was like killing a chicken with a butcher's knife. On the other hand, Yi Chen's expression remained the same from the beginning until the end. He did not move at all when facing Huang Yan's sharp punch. Subsequently, he threw a punch. Chapter 563. Bang! The 2 fists, each containing a terrifying power, suddenly collided. With a low muffled sound, an invisible and terrifying wave of air spread out in all directions. A gambling table was torn into countless pieces by the powerful wave of air. Yang Tian and Lin Tai were shocked by the shock wave. It was too powerful. Initially, They thought that they would be considered powerhouses in China after stepping into the cultivation world. However, they could not help but think that they were looking at the sky from the bottom of a well after facing the might of Yi Chen and Huang Yan's punches. They had no idea. Yi Chen was not strong in terms of cultivation base. It was his physical body. Thud, thud, thud. After the two fists collided, Huang Yan retreated rapidly. He seemed to be staggering. Meanwhile, Yi Chen was like a rock rooted to the ground. He did not move at all. He actually took Huang Yan's tongquan. At that moment, shock appeared in the eyes of Duan Hong and the woman in the jade green dress, who were sneering. One had to know that although Huang Yan was not considered an outstanding disciple in the Huang clan of Shangsantian, he was considered outstanding among his peers. Most importantly, he had even cultivated the Huang clan's yellow rank martial technique, the Tongbi fist to the 5th echo. Once the tongquan produced 5 echoes, even Duan Hong, who was the strongest among the 3 of them, would have to take it seriously. Although Huang Yan's punch only produced 2 echoes, it should be enough to deal with ordinary martial artists in the secular world, right? Meanwhile, Yang Tian and Lin Tai were overjoyed. Is that a martial technique? Yi Chen seemed to be in deep thought. During the clash of the punches earlier, he could sense that Huang Yan's punch was very special. Not only was it filled with immense power, but it was also exceptionally domineering and sharp. It was as if he had refined the energy into a weapon. After Huang Yan, who was knocked back, stabilized his body with great difficulty, he looked at Yi Chen with shock and anger in his eyes. You can actually take my tongquan? You're quite capable, but your life ends here. As soon as he said that, with a low grunt, the clothes on his body were torn apart, revealing 2 skinny arms. As soon as the grunt was done, he pounced at Yi Chen. The muscles on his arms could not stop trembling as if there were countless worms wriggling in them. Smack, smack, an unusually ear-piercing and deep crisp sound rang out from within his arms. It sounded like his joints and bones were exploding madly. The sharp wind whistled endlessly. Wherever Huang Yan passed, the ground would shatter and the air would explode. It was as if the sky and earth were collapsing. Die, brat! Huang Yan roared furiously. When he was about to approach Yi Chen, he suddenly rose from the ground and threw a punch at Yi Chen's head from a condescending posture. Tongquan's tongquan. A solemn expression appeared on Duan Hong's face. That kid is dead this time. The lady in the jade green dress laughed coldly. The 5 echoes arm fist is practically Huang Yan's full strength. Even I wouldn't dare to take it head-on, much less this kid. Meanwhile, Lin Tai and Yang Tian could not help but look worried, because they could sense that the aura on Huang Yan's body was even more terrifying than before. If a single punch landed on them, they would be heavily injured, even if they didn't die. However, what Yi Chen did next stunned them. Yi Chen extended his hand calmly and grabbed Huang Yan's punch. He lifted Huang Yan into the air as if Huang Yan's punch had landed on cotton. Yugu. A trace of fear finally appeared in Huang Yan's eyes. Never had he thought that Yi Chen would grab him when he performed the 5 echo arm fist with all his might. Moreover, Yi Chen had removed the force from his fist. It really is a martial technique. Yi Chen nodded lightly, finally confirming his speculation. Subsequently, he looked at Huang Yan in the air and shook his head. I'll take your life. Huang Yan's expression changed. How dare you? Stop. At the same time, Duan Hong and the lady in the jade green dress shouted at the same time. They attacked Yi Chen at the same time. Their expressions changed. Clearly, they wanted to save Huang Yan. However, the next moment, a powerful gust of wind exploded around Yi Chen. It was like a tornado wherever it passed, sending Duan Hong and the lady in the jade green dress flying. Subsequently, a figure flew out like a kite with its string cut. In the end, it smashed heavily onto the ground, creating a huge crater. The figure's head was facing the ground, and his feet were facing upwards. He sank deep into the ground like a fallen onion. His legs twitched violently a few times before they finally drooped down slowly. Huang Yan. Duan Hong and the lady in the jade-green dress expressions froze at that moment. Dead. Huang Yan from Shang Santian was dead. Moreover, he died at the hands of a young man. No one can save someone that I, Yi Chen, want to kill. At this moment, a calm voice rang in their ears. The voice was calm, but to them, it was like winter had arrived. A chill ran down their spines. The lady in the jade-green dress looked at Yi Chen in disbelief when she snapped back to her senses. Why you killed Huang Yan? Do you know that he's from the Huang family of Shang Santian? Why you? Who exactly are you, sir? Duan Hong was relatively rational. He glared deadly at Yi Chen after taking a deep breath in. He knew about Huang Yan's ability. It might be nothing in Shang Santian, but in the secular world, it was enough to suppress any public powerhouse in China. However, he still died in Yi Chen's hands. Yi Chen stood with his hands behind his back when he met their gazes. His expression was as cold as a knife. You guys have the guts to come here to rob money and cause trouble. Haven't you found out who the owner of this place is? Why, you said your name is Yi Chen. Duan Hong was stunned at first. Subsequently, he seemed to have thought of something as his expression changed slightly. Your surname is Yi. Your surname is Yi. Why could you be the China #1? Mad Southern Yi? The lady in the jade-green dresses' expression changed as soon as she heard that. Yi Chen chuckled softly and did not comment. On the other hand, Yang Tian laughed out loud. Duan, I've told you since the beginning. You guys don't even know that you're about to die. I think you guys are really crazy about money. Why don't you find out who the real owner of this casino is? He thought Duan Hong would be afraid. So what if you're mad, Southern Yi? Unexpectedly, Duan Hong's expression changed a few times as he said with a sneer, Do you know who we are? Who is Huang Yan that you killed earlier? Shang Santian? Yi Chen's expression remained the same. On the other hand, Lin Tai and Yang Tian looked at each other. They wondered what kind of place Shang Santian was. You actually know about Shang Santian? Duan Hong was shocked at first. Then he said, That's right. We're all from Shang Santian. Your so-called China #1 is just a joke. If Shang Santian doesn't come out, you bunch of ants in the secular world can come up with some heaven leaderboard. The China #1 is just a monkey calling himself king because there's no tiger in the mountain. So what? Yi Chen remained unmoved. The lady in the jade-green dress sneered. The foundation of Shang Santian isn't something you bumpkins from the secular world can imagine. If I were you, I would kneel down and kowtow to us to admit my crimes. P.S. There's still one more chapter. I'm writing it. Chapter 561 is blocked. Depressing. Chapter 564. You want me to kowtow to you? Yi Chen revealed a forced smile. It was the first time he heard someone ask him to kowtow to you since he returned to Earth. Duan Hong thought that he was afraid, so he snorted and said, Perhaps you don't know how powerful Shang Santian is, but some of the old people in the secular world do. Shang Santian is the origin of the Chinese cultivation world. If not for the civil strife that broke out in Shang Santian back then, and some traders escaped to the outside world with a large number of ancient books, how could there be cultivators like you? That's right. The woman in the jade-green dress smiled proudly. Those traders who escaped to the outside world have been mostly cleaned up by the powerhouses of Shang Santian over the years. Although your Chinese cultivation world has obtained some cultivation inheritances, they are incomplete. You don't have any martial techniques or mystical techniques, and you don't know how to raise your vital energy and blood. You don't even know how to refine medicinal pills and weapons. You can only stop below Martial Venerable. At this point, his brows were filled with pride. That's why I said that your so-called Chinese cultivation world is just a bunch of vulgar people. They don't know what true cultivation is. They only have brute force. But they can't unleash the strength that a cultivator should have. And then, Yi Chen gave a short response. There was no expression on his face. A mocking smirk appeared at the corner of Duan Hong's lips, and his gaze became extremely sharp. Now that Shang Santian is about to enter the world, no one can change the great battle of the world. Huang Yan, and we came out in advance to prepare for entering the world. You killed Huang Yan, which is equivalent to offending the entire Huang family. No one in China can protect you. Lin Tai and Yang Tian's expressions changed when they heard that. They had experienced Huang Yan's strength before. A mere Huang Yan alone was enough to defeat them, and there was still Shang Santian and the Huang family behind him. Just thinking about it was shocking. Yang Tian could not help but look at Yi Chen as he thought to this point, things had exceeded his imagination. Initially, he thought it was just a few people with unknown backgrounds who wanted to extort him. He did not expect the other party to have such a powerful background. Even Lin Tai's expression gradually turned grim. Mad Southernie, you're able to cultivate to such a level in the secular world at such a young age. You're even able to kill Huang Yan. This is enough to prove that your talent is shocking. Duan Hong saw their expressions and became more and more pleased with himself. However, you're nothing in front of Shang Santian. If you're smart, you should kneel down and apologize to us now. When the Huang family enters the world, perhaps we'll plead on your behalf and spare your worthless life. That's right. You're the most powerful person in China after all. I'm sure you're worth a lot. You still have to give us another 18 billion. The woman in the turquoise dress smiled faintly. Her eyes were cold. Yi Chen did not answer their question. Have you guys heard of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion? The reason Yi Chen asked this question was that someone had taken Yi Wushuang away when his sword was shattered. The person claimed to be from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion and even asked Yi Chen to look for Yi Wushuang at the 10,000 Swords Pavilion in the future. Later on, he met Shi Qianhan from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion on his way back to the mainland from Korea. According to the people who were chasing after Shi Qianhan, the 10,000 Swords Pavilion was destroyed by the Shao family of Shang Santian. Then Wushuang, why are you asking this? Duan Hong and the woman in the turquoise dress revealed fearful expressions, as if they had been asked something that they should not have asked. I'm curious. Yi Chen chuckled softly and said, if I really submit to you guys, and if Shang Santian really enters the world, I'll have to find a backer, right? I heard that the 10,000 Swords Pavilion is quite powerful, so... As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Hong and the woman in the turquoise dress immediately revealed enlightened expressions. At least you know your limits. Duan Hong smirked coldly and said, however, don't hold any hope for the 10,000 Swords Pavilion because it's already been destroyed. Not a single person from the entire 10,000 Swords Pavilion survived. Is that so? Yi Chen's heart skipped a beat. He knew that he was lying, so he could not help but ask. I saw a white-haired young man with the surname Shi before. He claimed to be the successor of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. Is he a liar? You know that demon Shi Qianhan? Duan Hong's expression changed. Shi Qianhan is indeed the successor of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. However, he betrayed the 10,000 Swords Pavilion decades ago for a woman. The woman in the turquoise dress sneered. He has the Netherworld token in his hands. It's fine if he doesn't find a place to hide it, but he actually took the initiative to return to Shang Santian too. She could not help but look at Yi Chen as she spoke to this point. She reacted immediately. Duan Hong, don't tell him anymore. This guy is trying to trick us. Yi, how dare you trick us? Duan Hong also reacted and flew into a rage. Congratulations, you're right. Yi Chen shook his head lightly as if he felt regretful. It's a pity that there's no reward. As compensation, I'll send you guys to look for Huang Yan below. It'll be good company on the road to hell. You're courting death. I'll kill you, Duan Hong roared. At the same time, the energy on his body erupted. The powerful energy was like a wave, causing ripples in the surrounding space. A sharp howl came from his mouth. It did not sound like a human's voice. Instead, it sounded like a ferocious bird. At the next moment, his palm turned into a claw, and a thick demonic and sharp aura appeared on his 5 fingers. "I'll cripple your cultivation first, then break your limbs." His expression was as ferocious as a ghost. His aura suddenly changed, becoming powerful and overbearing. Subsequently, he grabbed Yi Chen's throat, not hiding the killing intent on his face at all. "How dare a mere lackey from Shang Santian attack me?" Yi Chen scoffed coldly. He extended his hand and grabbed at the air around him. He twisted his fingers into a saber and slashed at Duan Hong. All of a sudden, the saber gleam that was 3 meters long caused the woman in the turquoise dress to close her eyes subconsciously. When she opened her eyes, she heard a scream. She looked again. Duan Hong's right hand that he extended was severed by Yi Chen's saber on the spot. His face was extremely pale, and there was deep fear and disbelief in his eyes. "Cursin, quick, attack with me!" He roared continuously. Yi Chen's ability had refreshed his understanding once again. He did not expect the illusory demon claw that he had unleashed to be severed by Yi Chen with a single slash. One must know that the illusory demon claw was the Duan family's mysterious grade martial technique. It was not something that Huang Yan's yellow grade martial technique, the Tongbi fist, could compare to. However, the woman in the turquoise dress rushed towards the exit of the casino like a gust of wind. She disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye, as if she did not hear him. "Bleck!" Duan Hong spat a mouthful of blood when he saw that. He could not help but widen his eyes when he saw Yi Chen charging at him again. "Mad Southernie, how dare you kill me?" In the next second, a head rolled onto the ground. Yang Tian and Lin Tai were so shocked that they could not say a word. "He was too powerful. You guys stay here. I'll be back after I kill someone." Before they could react, Yi Chen leaped out of the casino after saying that. He chased after the woman in the turquoise dress. Since he had offended her, there was no need to show mercy. Since he had killed her, he would kill to his heart's content. Chapter 565. Winter was approaching. Lin City, which was at a higher altitude, had already welcomed winter. At night, the temperature plummeted. Coupled with the wanton autumn wind, it was like a blade cutting one's face. Therefore, countless office workers would shrink their heads and speed up their footsteps after work, wanting to go home earlier. However, on a street near the outskirts of Lin City, there was a woman in a jade-green dress running wildly on the street at this moment. Every time the woman took a step, she would use the force to leap more than 10 meters away, as if there was a catapult under her feet. Countless passers-by stopped in their tracks and watched the scene in shock. Clearly, the woman's movements had exceeded their understanding. "Is this a movie?" "It doesn't look like it. I don't see any wires or crew members. Get lost." Facing the crowd's discussion, the woman in the jade-green dress suddenly waved her hand. A majestic true energy surged out of her sleeve, immediately sending many passers-by in front of her flying. "It's not a movie. It's true." The woman ignored the crowd's shock and ran towards the suburbs with all her might with her true energy. Her beautiful face was filled with fear. How can he be so powerful? How can he be so powerful? Duan Cursin's eyes were filled with shock. She and Duan Hong had entered the world this time to prepare for Shang Santian to enter the world. Naturally, they needed a lot of money. Therefore, as soon as they appeared, they relied on their martial arts to plunder in the secular world. That was why they extorted 1 billion from Lin Tai. After all, to them, the so-called cultivators in the secular world were vulgar people who did not have a complete system. They were at their mercy. Who would have thought that Yi Chen would kill Huang Yan so easily as soon as he appeared? Even Duan Hong, who was the most powerful among the 3 of them, could not escape from him. One had to know that Huang Yan was a martial artist at the beginning of the innate stage. His strength was equivalent to a peak martial Tao master in the secular world. Coupled with the 5 Echoes arm fist, even she was not his match. However, he was killed by Yi Chen within 2 moves. The entire process was as fast as lightning. And Duan Hong, he's an ancient martial artist at the innate stage. He's the most powerful among the 3 of us. With my Duan family's martial technique, the illusory demon claw, we can even fight a martial artist at the innate stage, but Duan Kersen's face turned pale at the thought of this. The Chinese cultivation system originated from Shang Santian. In the eyes of Shang Santian, there was no such thing as inner force, meridian, or martial Tao master. They were only acquired and innate. The Xiantian realm was equivalent to the martial masters in the secular world. The Xiantian realm was further divided into 5 minor realms, namely minute subtlety, first glimpse, advanced, mysterious, and perfected. Above perfected was the martial venerable realm. In their opinion, the combat strength of the so-called peak martial Tao grandmasters in the secular world was at most equivalent to the initial glimpse of the innate stage. They were still far away from the true peak innate stage. Damn it, Mad Southern Yi is just a person from the secular world. How can he have such powerful combat strength? If I didn't escape decisively, I'm afraid I would have. Duan Kersen's eyes were filled with fear. She kept walking. Run, I have to run. I have to run to find Duan Peng. He's in Beijing. As long as he makes a move, Mad Southern Yi will definitely die. At this moment, her footsteps came to a halt. She looked at the rooftop of a villa district 100 steps away, and her face suddenly paled. He saw a skinny figure standing proudly with his hands behind his back, looking at him quietly. Duan Kersen shuddered immediately. It's Mad Southern Yi. Yi Chen had caught up so quickly. Did that mean that Duan Hong, in the next second, Yi Chen leaped down from the tall building and walked over slowly with his hands behind his back. Mad Southern Yi, let me go. Duan Kersen pleaded. There's no deep hatred between us. You don't have to kill me. As long as you don't kill me, I can give you anything, including the money we stole, and even my body. Yi Chen did not slow down as if he did not hear her. If you want me to die, you'll have to die with me. Duan Kersen's face turned pale, and madness flashed through her eyes. She took out a medicinal pill and swallowed it. She said hysterically, "Let's die together, let's die together." Subsequently, her body aged rapidly, and her skin shriveled quickly. In the blink of an eye, she was as dry as a mummy. At the same time, an aura that was even more powerful than before erupted from her body. The aura filled heaven and earth without hiding it at all. It caused the air to explode. Is that the demonic life reduction pill? Yi Chen squinted slightly. He had seen Xin Tianan and Lei Feihu's change in Duan Kersen before. She consumed a forbidden pill and used all of her vitality in exchange for an explosive increase in power. So what? You'll still die. He scoffed and turned his fingers into a saber, charging directly. 2 earth-shattering battles broke out on the spot. Chaotic and powerful energy spread within a radius of 1 mile. At the same time, the duo fought in a villa a kilometer away. The Gu family welcomed 2 big shots that night. To show their respect, old Master Gu even led the Gu family's upper echelons out to welcome them. In the Gu family's living room, old Master Gu sat upright and lifted his eyes to look at the man and woman before him with respect. Both of them were dressed in ancient clothes and were no older than 30 years old. The leading lady wore a white dress. She looked stunning, but she had an extremely cold aura. Meanwhile, there was a rather handsome young man in ancient clothes behind her. There was a faint arrogance in the young man's eyes when he looked at the people from the Gu family. At that moment, Gu Yingying served the tea that she had brewed. A smile appeared on the lady in the white dress's cold face. You must be Yingying, right? I can't believe that you've grown so much after not seeing you for almost 20 years. Little girl, this is your auntie Ouyang Qing. She carried you when you were young, but you were only a few years old back then, so you don't have much of an impression, old Master Gu said while smiling lightly. Auntie, Gu Yingying called out and stood aside. Her beautiful eyes could not help but take a good look at the lady in the white dress and the young man in ancient clothes next to her. Old Master Gu said while smiling, Shaoqing, from what I know, haven't you been to that place for almost 20 years? Why are you back all of a sudden? Old Master Gu's face was filled with respect when he mentioned that place. In his impression, it was extremely difficult to enter that place, and it was even more difficult to get out. Uncle, I came out this time to do something for the family and recruit some talents from the secular world, Ouyang Qing said. If you're talking about talents, I do know someone. Old Master Gu laughed out loud. Gu Yingying's eyes lit up. Grandpa, could it be Mr. Yi? Who's Mr. Yi? Ouyang Qing was instantly interested. Chapter 566. Old Master Gu said, slowly, he's a legend in China's cultivation world. He became the #1 in China at the age of 30. He's never tasted defeat since he debuted. The #1 in China? Ouyang Qing shook her head slightly. She did not care. That's right, Auntie. Gu Yingying could not help but say, Mr. Yi is very powerful. I think he can definitely join that whatever family of yours. Her eyes were filled with admiration when she said that. Old Master Gu nodded immediately. To him, Yi Chen was already a legend in China. He had the right to enter the place where Ouyang Qing was. My Du family is not a place where just anyone can enter. At that moment, the young man in the ancient costume next to Ouyang Qing suddenly said, Our Du family recruits talents based on talent and aptitude, not combat strength. The so-called #1 in China in your eyes is someone that we can suppress with a raise of our hand in Shang Santian. Old Master Gu frowned slightly when he heard that. Gu Yingying's heart skipped a beat. Just when she was about to say something, Ouyang Qing said, Uncle, Yingying Duming is right. The Du family has strict requirements for recruiting talents. As for Mr. Yi, I can meet him if I have the time, but I can't guarantee if he's qualified. Of course. Old Master Gu shook his head with a smile. Gu Yingying pouted and mumbled, If Mr. Yi isn't qualified to join your Du family, I'm afraid no one in this world can. Her voice was neither loud nor soft, but every single word was heard by Ouyang Qing and Du Ming. Ouyang Qing did not know whether to laugh or cry. Du Ming secretly smirked. Just when he was about to say something, he suddenly felt a shocking power coming from outside. Are there powerhouses fighting? Who can have such power? Du Ming and Ouyang Qing looked at each other with serious eyes. At the next moment, the two of them swept up a gust of wind and arrived at the Gu family villa. They looked down at the two figures fighting in the distance. At that moment, the battle between Yi Chen and Duan Kersen, who had consumed the demonic life reduction pill, had reached its climax. It had to be said, this group of martial artists from Shang Santian could crush the martial artists in the secular world in terms of vitality, combat experience, and control of power. Huang Yan was the same. It was the same for Duan Kersen. However, compared to Huang Yan, Duan Kersen's ability was much more violent. Perhaps it was because she had consumed forbidden medicine. She fought fearlessly. Clearly, she wanted to drag Yi Chen down with her. Die, die. Duan Kersen spat blood continuously from her mouth, but the face in her eyes was ferocious. After being pushed back by Yi Chen's punch, she roared and more true energy surged out. In the end, a small mountain condensed to her palm. The small mountain was as huge as a car. It charged at Yi Chen's head. The ground cracked wherever the small mountain passed, and the air exploded. It's the Duan family's 9th peak. In the distance, Du Ming couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this. The 9th mountain, the Duan family's martial skill, and it was a profound, rank one at that. The profoundness of the martial technique was to mobilize the vital energy in one's body and transform it into a mountain peak. Upon mastery, one could condense 9 mountain peaks at the same time to suppress everything. The size of the mountain peaks depended on the strength of the caster and their proficiency in the martial technique. Duan Kursin, on the other hand, was using the first 9 mountains. Why would someone use the Duan family's 9th peak here? Could it be that one of the people fighting is from the Duan family? Ouyang Qing, who was standing aside, inhaled slightly. Du Ming's eyes were fixed on the battle in the distance. His eyes flickered nonstop. I'm more curious about who exactly is fighting the Duan family. The Duan family was not considered a wealthy family in Shang Santian. However, in the secular world they were unstoppable. You'll die a worthy death since you forced me to use the 9th peak. Ha ha ha, let's die together. Duan Kursin laughed maniacally after activating the small mountain to suppress Yi Qin. She spat blood as she laughed. Child's play. Yi Qin scoffed. Instead of retreating, he advanced and took the initiative to charge at the small mountain that was charging at him. Subsequently, he threw a punch overbearingly. There was no magical power fluctuation in that punch. It looked like he was going to fight the small mountain with his body. Duan Kursin, Du Ming, and the rest scoffed when they saw that. Meanwhile, Du Ming and Ouyang Qing shook their heads lightly. However, in the next moment, their expressions froze one after another. It was because when Yi Chen's fist landed on the small mountain, his body did not collapse as they had imagined. Instead, the small mountain that Duan Kursin condensed with all her might exploded with a bang from Yi Chen's punch. It turned into dust that scattered everywhere. Du Ming and Ouyang Qing could not help but look shocked. Duan Kursin's face was filled with disbelief. At the next moment, a fist ruthlessly smashed into her body. Pooh! A streak of scarlet blood splattered into the sky. Duan Kursin's body shot toward Du Ming and the rest like a ragged sack. Eventually, she landed hard on the ground. It's Duan Kursin from the Duan family. At that moment, Du Ming and Ouyang Qing recognized her at the same time. Yi Chen charged at Duan Kursin again. Du Ming leaped and stood before Duan Kursin. He said coldly, "Who are you? How dare you bully the Duan family?" Du Ming, kill him. Kill him. Duan Kursin roared venomously as if she had seen her savior. He's not from Shang Santian. He killed Huang Yan and Duan Hong. Both of them were shocked when they heard that. Haven't you thought about the consequences of killing people from Shang Santian consecutively? Du Ming's eyes flickered as he looked at Yi Qin. Get lost. Yi Chen's response was a shout from Yi Qin. In the next second, a bloody hole appeared on Duan Kursin's forehead. Blood flowed out of the hole, and her body fell to the ground completely. Her eyes were wide open as if she had died with a grievance. When they saw that, Du Ming and Ouyang Qing were stunned on the spot. A few seconds later, a furious voice was heard. How dare you kill someone in front of me? Du Ming stared at Yi Chen with an extremely grim expression. The energy in his hands that were behind his back was getting more and more intense. It was almost boiling. However, Yi Chen only glanced at him coldly. He turned around and was about to leave. You still want to leave after killing someone? Stay here. His disregard caused Du Ming's expression to turn even more unsightly. Then he stretched out his hand behind his back, and a powerful force suddenly erupted from his hand. Stop! At that moment, an old voice was heard. Old Master Gu rushed over from afar and happened to block Du Ming's path. He said, Mr. Du, Mr. Yi, don't be rash. Ouyang Qing's pretty face changed slightly as soon as he said that. She looked at Yi Chen suddenly. What? He's Mr. Yi? P.S. There's still one more chapter. I'm writing it now. Chapter 567. Is he the Mr. Yi that you mentioned earlier? Hearing what old Master Gu said, Du Ming's gaze at Yi Chen changed slightly. There was more shock in his eyes. He knew Duan Hong, Huang Yan, and Duan Kursin's abilities. Although they were not comparable to him, The three of them came from Shang Santian. Yet they were killed by a martial artist from the secular world. If this were to spread back to Shang Santian, it would definitely cause a stir. Old Master Gu nodded slightly and lowered his head to look at Duan Kursen's corpse. His pupils constricted slightly. Subsequently, he walked to Yi Chen quickly and said while clasping his fists, "Mr. Yi, what are you?" He had no idea what had happened. However, he did not want Yi Chen to have any conflict with Du Ming and the rest. Du Ming and Ouyang Qing's background was too shocking. If they were angered, the consequences would be unimaginable. Meanwhile, Ouyang Qing took a good look at Yi Chen. When old Master Gu introduced Yi Chen earlier, she did not care much about the so-called China #1. After all, she was born in Shang Santian, so she had the pride. However, she believed old Master Gu after seeing Yi Chen kill Duan Kursen with her own eyes. He was quite capable. However, he had gotten himself into big trouble. That's right. This person extorted me. He deserved to die. Yi Chen's expression was cold. Subsequently, he told him what happened slowly. Looks like it's a misunderstanding. Old Master Gu was both shocked and flustered after hearing that. He could only help Yi Chen out by instinct. After all, Yi Chen had already offended the Huang family and the Duan family. He could not offend the Du family too. Misunderstanding? Du Ming scoffed. You killed Huang Yan, Duan Hong, and Duan Kursen. How can a mere misunderstanding be cleared up? However, Yi Chen lifted his eyes slowly. Oh, what are you going to do? Du Ming shook his head slightly, a sympathetic smile appearing at the corner of his lips. Don't worry, I won't attack you, because you're already a dead man in my eyes. He paused for a moment, and his gaze was extremely mischievous, because the Duan family and the Huang family won't let you go. Shang Santian is preparing to enter the world. Duan Kursen and the rest are only here to pave the way. When Shang Santian comes out, no one in China will be able to protect you. Old man Gu was shocked when he heard that. He couldn't help but look at Ouyang Qing. Xiao Qing, this is really a misunderstanding. Can you see if there's any room for reconciliation? No. To his surprise, Ouyang Qing shook her head without even thinking about it. She looked at Yi Chen with slight regret. You shouldn't have killed Duan Hong and the rest. So, are you saying that I should give them the 1 billion yuan? A mocking smirk appeared at the corner of Yi Chen's lips. Of course. Ouyang Qing nodded in agreement. You're lucky that they're able to extort you. After all, spending 1 billion to please 2 ancient martial arts families in Shang Santian is a good deal for anyone. I know you'll feel uncomfortable after hearing what I have to say, and you'll ask why. Unfortunately, this is the reality. At this point, she continued, however, you attacked them for 1 billion yuan. It's extremely stupid. In the future, you won't be able to protect yourself even if you spend 10 billion yuan. Xiao Qing, is there really no other way? Old man Gu smiled bitterly. I'm sorry, uncle. Ouyang Qing shook her head lightly and said firmly, I admit that he has some talent. If it were any other time, I might recommend him to join the Du family. However, it's impossible now. No one can protect him. It's not that there's no other way. At that moment, Du Ming suddenly smiled and looked at Yi Chen. Since you're the so-called China #1, I'm sure you're extraordinary. I want you to help my Du family find 2 people. As long as you help my Du family find these 2 people, not only will my Du family protect your life, but we could even let you join the Du family and obtain countless cultivation resources. As soon as that was said, Ouyang Qing's pretty face changed slightly and she secretly sighed. On the other hand, old man Gu saw hope. I wonder who you're looking for, Mr. Du? Perhaps our Gu family can lend a hand. Du Ming glanced at Yi Chen and said calmly, they're a little girl and a lunatic. The little girl is about 5 or 6 years old, and her name is Chan Chan. She's sick, and she forgets something every once in a while. The lunatic is an old man who talks crazy all day long. As soon as he said that, Yi Chen's calm expression changed slightly. Chan, old man Gu frowned. He seemed to be thinking about the two of them. Yi Chen said calmly, "Why are you guys looking for these two people? Why are you asking so many questions? You just have to do as I say." Du Ming smirked coldly and said, "I've already given you the chance. Whether you live or die is up to you." Ouyang Qing nodded slightly. "This is your only chance to live." "No need." Yi Chen smiled lightly. "I, Yi Chen, only believe in myself when I do things. I never place my hopes on others. Moreover, to me, the Huang family and Duan family that you guys speak of are just a matter of killing them with a single strike of my sword." After saying that, he turned around and left. "You're courting death. I'd like to see what happens to you." Du Ming watched him leave with a grim expression. Subsequently, he turned around and walked toward the Gu family villa. Ouyang Qing secretly shook her head as she looked in the direction where Yi Chen had disappeared. "What a pity. Do you really think that you have the strength to fight against Shang Santian just because you killed Duan Hong, Huang Yan, and the rest? You're wrong. A mere Duan Hong is nothing in Shang Santian." Thinking to this point, she immediately followed Du Ming and looked at old man Gu, who was at the back. Her lips moved slightly as she said, "Du Ming, why did you reveal our true purpose to him?" "You don't understand." Du Ming shook his head slightly as his eyes flickered. "The ghost ship is about to appear. Everyone is determined to obtain it. Rumor has it that whoever can board the ghost ship and escape unscathed will be able to control the situation in Shang Santian." At this point, he took a deep breath in. "The ghost ship is extremely dangerous. Over the past few decades, too many powerhouses have entered. Other than that little girl and the old lunatic, no one else has come out. They don't know if they're dead or alive. In other words, that little girl and the old lunatic are the only people who have walked out of the ghost ship alive in the past few decades. So everyone wants to obtain some secrets from them." Ouyang Qing seemed to understand. "Not all of them." Du Ming smirked coldly. "For example, that lunatic Shi Qianhan went to the ghost ship to see a dead person. He was crippled by a female corpse." Hearing Shi Qianhan's name, a hint of admiration flashed across Ouyang Qing's eyes. This was a person who had fallen into the demonic path for love and betrayed the sect. He was a devil in the eyes of others. At the same time, he was a hot-blooded man who dared to kill his way into the Shao family alone for his loved ones. As soon as Yi Chen returned to the casino, he saw a young and beautiful woman crying nonstop at a 15 or 16-year-old young man. The young man in front of her looked impatient and vicious. As soon as he saw Yi Chen, before Lin Tai and Yang Tian could welcome him, they saw the young man run to Yi Chen quickly. Subsequently, he knelt heavily. "Master, please accept my bow." Chapter 568. Master, please accept a bow from your disciple. Zhao Shaotian knelt before Yi Chen with extreme sincerity. His head was banging loudly, and his eyes were filled with fanaticism. Before this, he thought that the powerhouses in this world had power and influence. In order to climb up, he could do anything and sacrifice everything. He could even give his stepmother, who earned money to support his studies, to others to play with. After being captured by Wang Yao, he thought that he had lost one of his hands. However, after the three young men and women easily removed Wang Yao's head, Wang Yao's headless body pressed on him, and blood kept splattering on his face for a few minutes. He was afraid. He was terrified. He did not even dare to scream. His youthful ignorance and arrogance in the past had all disappeared in an instant. It was the first time he realized that human life was so worthless in this world. It was also the first time he knew that humans could be so powerful. Subsequently, he witnessed Yi Chen kill the powerful Huang Yan and Duan Hong with his own eyes. He began to admire Yi Chen. If only he had such power. Who would dare to look down on him? If only he had such power. Money, power, what were they? In the short span of half an hour, his worldview collapsed, and was constantly being reconstructed. Therefore, as soon as Yi Qin returned, he knelt before Yi Qin without thinking. He shamelessly wanted to become Yi Chen's disciple. His actions stunned Lin Tai and the rest. Even Yi Qin was no exception. The woman said hurriedly, "Xiao Tian, what are you doing? Get up. Get lost." Xiao Tian pushed her away. Subsequently, he lifted his head to look at Yi Qin. His eyes were filled with pleading. "Master, please accept me as your disciple. I'll definitely be filial to you." Lin Tai and Yang Tian subconsciously wanted to drag him away. Yi Chen waved his hand to stop the two of them. He looked down at Xiao Tian, who was kneeling on the ground. "Why do you want to become my disciple?" "Because I want to become stronger," Xiao Tian said without even thinking. "I want to become as strong as you. That way, I'll have the ability to protect my mother and more people." His eyes flickered as he spoke. "This is your mother?" Yi Chen glanced coldly at the young lady next to him. Surprise flashed through his eyes. He had to admit that the patriarch of hell had good taste. This woman was only 25 or 26 years old, and she was wearing a welcoming uniform. Not only was she young and beautiful, her figure was also excellent. Most importantly, she constantly exuded a trace of tranquility and a skilled aura. Being stared at by him, the woman panicked a little. She hurriedly lowered her head and said timidly, "Sir, I'm really sorry. Xiao Tian came to your place and caused you trouble." "Your name is Mu Tong?" Yi Qin smiled lightly. The woman was shocked. "You, how did you know?" Yi Chen pointed at the work pass on her chest. There happened to be a photo, name, position, and other information on it. It was likely that after hearing that something had happened to Xiao Tian, she did not even go to work and ran over. In fact, Yi Chen had heard the name Mu Tong from the patriarch of hell. The woman looked down and immediately felt a little embarrassed. What the two of them did not notice was that the moment Yi Chen looked at Mu Tong, a hint of disdain and hatred flashed through the eyes of Xiao Tian, who was kneeling on the ground. Seemingly noticing Mu Tong's nervousness, Yi Chen smiled lightly. "Don't be nervous. This has nothing to do with your son today. Bring him back." "Thank you, sir." "Thank you." Mu Tong bowed to Yi Chen and extended her hand to pull Xiao Tian up. Unexpectedly, Xiao Tian glared at her fiercely. "Don't pull me. I won't leave until he accepts me as his disciple today. Brat, aren't you being too courteous by rebelling?" Yang Tian was enraged. However, Xiao Tian raised his head with an arrogant expression. He seemed to have thought of something as he turned around and said coldly to Mu Tong, "Wait for me outside. I'll be right out." Mu Tong looked at him and then at Yi Qin and the rest. After hesitating for a while, she eventually walked out. At that moment, only Yi Qin and the rest were left in the casino. Yi Qin said calmly, "What do you want to say to me?" A strange expression appeared on Zhao Xiaoyin's face. He pointed at Mu Tong outside the door and said, "I know you like her. If you accept me as your disciple, I can give her to you." Slap. Before he was done speaking, Yi Qin slapped him. He was furious. Xiao Tian covered his face and suddenly laughed. "Stop pretending. You men are all the same, just like that Huang guy from before." Yi Qin wanted to slap him again, but after noticing the arrogance in his eyes, he eventually shook his head. "You want me to accept you as my disciple, right?" "Yes." Xiao Tian nodded repeatedly, thinking that he had agreed. "Not just anyone can be my disciple." Yi Qin chuckled softly and said, "It's very simple if you want to be my disciple. Go back and study hard. Be filial to your mother. You should be in your 3rd year of high school soon, right? I'll give you a year. If you perform well within a year and get into university, I'll accept you as my disciple." "A year?" Xiao Tian was a little unwilling. However, he eventually nodded after noticing Yi Chen's gaze. "All right, a year it is. If I get into university within a year, you have to accept me as your disciple." You can't go back on your word." With that, he stood up and walked out. Getting into university is only one of them. You also have to be filial to your mother. Don't cause trouble for me during this period. Yi Qin reminded him. After he left, Yang Tian walked over and said with a frown, "Oldie, are you really going to accept such a person as your disciple?" Lin Tai wanted to say something, but hesitated. Logically speaking, they should not interfere with who Yi Qin accepted as his disciple. However, Zhao Xiaoqin's character was detestable. "Accept him as my disciple?" Yi Qin shook his head lightly as his eyes flickered. "I'm only giving him hope. I want him to stop for a while. If he did not do that, he was worried that with this brat's troublemaking personality, he would be killed before the Patriarch of Hell came out of closed-door cultivation. The Patriarch would definitely fight him to the death." Yang Tian came to a realization and could not help but give him a thumbs up. "Oldie, you're smart. That's true. With your words, I can guarantee that this brat will restrain himself a lot. It'll save Atai a lot of trouble." Yi Chen reminded, "I'll say it again. You guys must be more careful and protect the mother and son. Don't let them know. If nothing goes wrong, when the Patriarch comes out of closed-door cultivation, he can possess them." "My lord, what happened to the person who ran away?" Lin Tai asked. "He's dead." Yi Qin smiled lightly. Although he said it calmly, it shocked Lin Tai and Yang Tian. Yang Tian hesitated and said, "These three people have extraordinary backgrounds. I think they're called Shang Santian. Oldie, are we in big trouble?" Chapter 569. Lin Tai could not help but look at Yi Qin subconsciously when he heard that. Yang Tian's worries were exactly what he was worried about. Huang Yan Duanhong and the other two were too powerful. The three of them could almost crush them. If they were already like that, let alone Shang Santian behind them. Yi Qin chuckled, softly facing Yang Tian's worry. "Are you afraid?" "Of course I'm afraid." Yang Tian glared at him angrily and said in a deep voice, "I'm afraid, but we'll fight wherever you point us to. We don't care if it's a flood. Right, Atai?" As he said that, he punched Lin Tai's chest. "Can you not call me Atai?" Lin Tai coughed violently, feeling a little speechless. It was because the Gu family had a poodle that could lie down and pee. Coincidentally, it was also called Atai. He looked at Yi Chen after a pause and said, "My life was given to me by my lord, and my abilities are also given to me by my lord. As long as my lord doesn't mind my low abilities. So what if it's Shang Santian? Even if I die, I'll break all of his teeth." "Good job, Atai." Lin Tai was speechless. The so-called Shang Santian can be understood as a world that transcends the secular world. They've been exposed to cultivation since they were born and have countless cultivation resources. They know how to increase the vital energy and blood of the human body and maximize the potential of the human body. Yi Chen smiled lightly and proceeded to ask, "Actually, Duan Hong and the other two aren't much stronger than you guys, but you guys were almost crushed. Do you know why?" "Why?" Both of them asked in unison. "Firstly, it's the control of power." Yi Chen explained they know where to focus their strength when they punch. They also know how to unleash all the vital energy and blood in their bodies to intimidate their opponents. They even know how to use movement techniques. Yang Tian and Lin Tai looked like they did not quite understand. Yi Chen paused for a moment and said, "Secondly, it's combat experience. The outside world is too peaceful after all. As a result, your understanding of cultivation is limited to the theory of cultivation methods. You don't know how to use it better." "That's right." Lin Tai came to a realization. Although we have strength, we don't know how to use it. We only know how to fight others with brute force. "Oldie, is there a solution?" Yang Tian asked. "Yes." Yi Chen nodded lightly. "Follow me somewhere later." Over an hour later, Yi Chen led Lin Tai and Yang Tian to the Dragon Soul's headquarters. As soon as they arrived, they saw many Dragon Soul members rushing back, covered in blood. As for Niu Qingshan, the Dragon King, he came with injuries. Yi Qin frowned. What happened? Look at this first. Niu Qingshan handed over an iPad. Yi Qin clicked it open and realized it was a video. Moreover, it was a battle video. One of them was being suppressed by his opponent. He could not help but say when he saw the person in the video, "The number 2 on the heaven leaderboard, Yang Junlin." Not bad. Niu Qingshan took out his pipe and started smoking. Isn't it surprising that the second on the heavenly list is being suppressed by someone without any ability to retaliate? Is it funny? Yi Qin took another look at Yang Junlin's opponent in the video and realized that it was a lady in her early 20s. He frowned and said, "If I'm not mistaken, this lady is from Shangsantian. Looks like you've come into contact with them too." Niu Qingshan was a little surprised. Subsequently, he puffed out a smoke ring and said, "It's not just Yang Junlin. Everyone in the top 10 on the heaven leaderboard has been defeated. Many people outside the top 10 have been killed. These people have been quiet for decades, but they can't take it anymore." Niu Qingshan sneered. The first thing these people did when they left the mountain was to rob money, rob women, kill people, and rob people. Such actions are no different from animals. How dare they live in Shangsantian? How ridiculous! What does this have to do with your injuries? Could it be that a martial venerable has come into the world? Yi Chen's expression slowly turned grim. If a martial venerable had come into the world, things would indeed be troublesome. No. Niu Qingshan shook his head and said, "In fact, the situation today is exactly the same as 50 years ago. The difference is that the previous Dragon King brought his men to Kunlun 50 years ago and blocked the entrance of Kunlun. He killed anyone from Shangsantian who came into the world. That's insane." Yang Tian, who was at the side, was shocked. He brought his men to block the exit and kill them. Such an action was beyond overbearing. It's indeed insane. Niu Qingshan chuckled. 50 years ago, the previous Dragon King killed them until they became obedient. Therefore, I, the current Dragon King, could not help but bring my men to Kunlun. And you failed to act cool? Yang Tian could not help but ask. Lin Tai coughed immediately. Do you have to be so direct? The person before you is the Dragon King of Dragon Soul. He can kill you with a single slap. You're interesting, kid. Niu Qingshan glanced at him calmly. He was not angry. Instead, he said, "It's not that I failed to act cool. My junior brother brought his men to stop me. I fought with him, and we both won and lost." The Heavenly Palace and Dragon Soul are known as the 2 pillars of China. They view China's safety as everything. What's ridiculous is that these 2 pillars don't deal with outsiders. Instead, they've been fighting each other for decades. How ridiculous! At this point, his face was filled with mockery and sorrow. This junior brother of mine is determined to be a dog. Yi Qin was silent. Niu Qingshan suddenly looked at him. Brat, my old bones can't take it anymore. Perhaps I'm not used to fighting and killing. Or do you young people have the drive and courage? Do you want to take over my position as the Dragon King? Before Yi Chun could speak, he said again, "Don't reject me just yet. If you agree to be the Dragon King, the 800 dragon souls will be under your command. Your family and loved ones will be protected 24 hours a day." "No need." Yi Chun declined politely while smiling. "I'm here today to let your dragon soul train these 2 subordinates of mine for a while." "Just these 2 brats?" Niu Qingshan took a good look at Yang Tian and Lin Tai and said in surprise, "These 2 brats are quite capable. What else do you want me to train them with?" "Kill," Yi Chen said slowly. "Train them to kill people, ancient martial artists. How about this? Many people from Shangsantian have come to the secular world. Your dragon soul can't kill all of them, so I'll let you sharpen these 2 sabers. Don't worry, I won't blame you if they're killed." Lin Tai and Yang Tian's expressions changed upon hearing that. Asking them to kill people from Shangsantian, that's a good idea. Niu Qingshan's eyes lit up immediately. He stood up and circled around Lin Tai and Yang Tian. Just when the two of them thought that this old man had some special hobby, they heard him say, "How about this? The two of you will be under Li Ying for now." Yang Tian coughed violently a few times. "Oldie, shouldn't we discuss this again? What's there to discuss?" Niu Qingshan said with a smile, "Don't worry. If you die, you'll be made a martyr. Your family will also be made a martyr. It's decided. Report here in 3 days. P.S. There's still one more chapter. I'm writing it now." Chapter 570. In the training room of the Dragon Soul headquarters, Yi Chen and Niu Qingshan sat opposite each other. Niu Qingshan took a good look at Yi Chen. His expression was rather serious. "I received news that the Heavenly Palace has been looking for 2 people recently. One of them is the little girl you asked me to look for last time." Chan. Yi Chen's expression froze slightly. "That's right." Niu Qingshan nodded and said, "It's that little girl called Chan. Apart from her, the other person is a lunatic. That's why I asked the others to leave and told you about this alone. Why is the Heavenly Palace looking for these 2 people?" Yi Chen frowned. "Why else?" Niu Qingshan smirked coldly. "That junior brother of mine wants to be Shang Santian's dog. Obviously, he received orders from Shang Santian. In other words, Shang Santian is looking for these 2 people." He paused for a moment and lowered his voice. "The little girl beside you isn't simple. I've secretly investigated. That little girl appeared once 50 years ago." Yi Chen nodded, secretly. Qianshan's background was rather mysterious, and her body was rather special. Especially after meeting Shi Qianhan once, he realized that Qianshan was not as simple as she looked. After all, a little girl had appeared once 50 years ago. Why did her body not show any signs of growing up after 50 years? Moreover, she often forgot some things of the past. Niu Qingshan continued. 50 years ago, the ghost ship appeared. Countless powerhouses stepped onto the ghost ship, but only 2 people walked out alive. The others were left on the ghost ship forever. No one knows if they're dead or alive. He took a good look at Yi Chen. The 2 people who came out alive are the people the Heavenly Palace is looking for. Are you saying that Qianshan walked out of the ghost ship alive? Yi Chen's expression froze. He was shocked. Even though he and the Patriarch of Hell had all sorts of guesses about Qianshan's identity, they did not expect a 5-year-old girl like Qianshan to be related to the ghost ship. "Yes, it's her." Niu Qingshan nodded and said, "The people who stayed outside at that time didn't know what was on the ghost ship, nor did they know what had happened. They only knew that their own people didn't leave the ship. So, all the powers wanted to capture the 2 of them and investigate the secrets within. Because of this, a great battle broke out between the various forces and countless experts fell. When everyone unanimously decided to capture the 2 first before distributing them, one of the 2 old men exploded on the spot. When he spoke up to hear, he couldn't help but gasp. In the eyes of all the powerhouses, the old man and the little girl were no different than fish on the chopping block, and they were at the mercy of anyone. Never had they imagined that the old man would lead the little girl into the midst of so many powerhouses, and no one could stop him. At that time, almost all the powerhouses from Shang Santian who entered the world were killed by him alone. There were no less than 3 martial venerables who died, and there were countless other powerhouses. Yi Chen said in a deep voice, "What happened after that?" Later on, when Shang Santian sent out powerhouses again, they realized that the old man and the young girl had disappeared. It was as if they had evaporated from the world. The people from Shang Santian tried everything they could, but they couldn't find them. Coupled with the powerhouses from China, they retreated unwillingly. Niu Qingshan shook his head slightly and said, "Later on, some people said that the old man and the young girl were ghosts and devils that walked out of the ghost ship. Some people also said that they were the resurrection of the powerhouses who died on the ghost ship. After 50 years, Everyone has almost forgotten about it. Yi Chen's expression changed slightly as he secretly digested the information. Yi, when everyone had almost forgotten about it, this little girl appeared again. Moreover, she has a certain connection with you. Niu Qingshan raised his eyes and stared at him. That's why you have a time bomb by your side. Once her whereabouts are exposed, you'll become the target of everyone. You'll have to face the entire Shang Santian. So you want to persuade me not to take her in? Or should I just hand her over to Shang Santian? Yi Qin said. That's right. Niu Qingshan nodded and said, strictly speaking, this little girl has nothing to do with you. There's no need to hand her over to Shang Santian, but you can let her go and let her fend for herself. You already have such strength at such a young age. It's enough to show that you're extraordinarily talented. If you're given some time, it's not impossible for you to grow to the point where Shang Santian will respect you. However, there's no time. He sighed softly. The ghost ship is about to appear. It's inevitable that Shang Santian will enter the world. If you fall into the crosshairs of everyone, even I won't be able to protect you. Thank you for your kind intentions. Yi Chen's eyes flickered a few times. Subsequently, he said, your suggestion isn't bad. Unfortunately, I've already promised someone to take care of Qian on his behalf. I, Yi Chen, never make promises easily in my life. But once I do, I'll definitely keep my promise. It was the agreement between him and Shi Qianhan. He would take care of Qian for a month. Meanwhile, Shi Qianhan would help him find out Wu Shuang's whereabouts. A gentleman's word could not be taken back. Moreover, even without this agreement, Yi Chen could not abandon Qian after taking her in because he was afraid of Shang Santian, because he would never forget it. The little girl who was wearing tattered clothes and tattered shoes, walking on the street with her head lowered. She was so hungry that she timidly reached out to the passers-by for food. The little girl felt inferior. She did not dare to look at the passers-by, afraid that she would be beaten and scolded. The timid gaze hidden in her chest was too sad. What about Shang Santian? Niu Qingshan sighed. So what if Shang Santian finds out? Yi Qin stood up slowly and walked to the door. He said firmly, if Shang Santian dares to touch my people, I'll kill 10, 100, or 1,000 of them. I'll kill them until they tremble and surrender. Perhaps you're right. Niu Qingshan watched him leave, and a trace of old age appeared on his face. I'm old. Looks like I'm really old. If I had a trace of your courage, China wouldn't be like this. After leaving the Dragon Soul Sect's headquarters, Yi Chen said to Lin Tai and Yang Tian, who were following him, I'll give you guys a mission now. No matter what method you use, you must give me a person in the hall. He slowly told them about the old lunatic who had led Qian on a killing spree 50 years ago and then disappeared. All right. Lin Tai and Yang Tian nodded in unison. At that moment, Yi Chen's phone rang. He picked it up and realized that it was an overseas number. He frowned and eventually picked it up. And Master, is that you? A slightly agitated voice came from the phone. Yi Chen could not help but stop walking. Chiba Yoshiko? Master, it's me. Chiba Yoshiko immediately burst into tears. Master, I found out what you wanted me to find out, but I've also been discovered by my family. They want to kill me on the charge of treason. Master, save me. Chapter 571. Yi Chen was surprised by Chiba Yoshiko's call. Yi Chen treated Chiba Yoshiko as a chess piece planted in Japan. From the beginning, Yi Chen did not have any hope for her. Never did he expect that things would turn out well. Therefore, Yi Chen could not help but ask after receiving her call, Have you found out about the foreign fragment that I asked you to look into? The foreign fragment was the Night Demon's fragment. Until now, he had more than 10 fragments in his hands. However, the largest fragment with the Night Demon's consciousness was still wandering outside. Why, yes. Chiba Yoshiko said intermittently, I've collected more than 20 of them. The largest one is in Japan now. Yi Chen's eyes shone brightly when he heard that. 5 days ago, I found out about its whereabouts and secretly arranged for people to snatch it. I didn't expect the operation to fail, causing the matter to be exposed. Chiba Yoshiko said in a trembling voice. At the same time, my family noticed me. If not for Master Miyamoto's help, I'm afraid I would have fallen into my family's hands. Where are you now? Yi Chen asked immediately. I'm on an island near Kyushu Island now. I'll send you the detailed address later. Master, why you have to be quick? The family has recently used their power to search for me. All right, wait for me. I'll be there soon. After hanging up the phone, Yi Chen lifted his eyes and looked northeast. His gaze shot straight into the sky, and he could not hide the excitement inside of him. Night Demon, wait for me, I'll save you soon. At the same time, one of the 2 major towns in Japan, which had always been known as the Holy Land of Japanese Buddhism, Ragoino. To outsiders, Ragoino was mysterious because, in countless cultures, there would often be many powerful demon masters forming hand seals and chanting mantras. All of these people came from Ragoino. There were more than 100 temples on Mount Koya where ancient trees towered into the sky. Mount Koya, which had always been solemn in the past, sounded endless bells and sutras. All the temples were brightly lit. Countless monks in white kasayas sat cross-legged on prayer mats with their eyes closed. Their expressions were solemn as they chanted. Inside the largest temple in the city, the 3 old monks sat on the ground around a ball of black, flowing light with solemn faces. They formed a big midra and chanted lotus flowers from their mouths. Their chanting was as loud as thunder. A white lotus tightly wrapped around the ball of black light. However, if one looked closely, they would find that the white lotus was sometimes expanding and sometimes shrinking, as if something was struggling inside. Damned Baldies, you want to forcefully enlighten me with your measly cultivation? Aren't you looking down on your grandpa, Night Demon? Watch how I demolish your broken temple. A muffled sound of thunder came from the white lotus. As this sound fell, the white lotus on the ground exploded. The 3 old monks coughed out blood on the spot, and their faces were filled with shock. Without waiting for them, a black stream of light shot out from within. The black stream of light transformed into a huge iron ball that rampaged through the entire temple. Countless Buddha statues shattered upon contact, and countless monks died on the spot. It was as if it would kill any god or Buddha that stood in its way. Right at this moment, a tattered kasaya descended from the sky. It grew in the wind and immediately covered the large iron ball. Subsequently, it landed in the hands of a white-browed old monk. Amit it's good. The white-browed old monk held a staff in his hand and wore blind shoes. He looked like a glaring Vajra. How can a demon like you do as you please in a peaceful place like Buddhism? Greetings, Wisdom King. Greetings, Wisdom King. At that moment, countless people were pleasantly surprised. They pressed their palms together at the white-browed old monk with respect. The 3 old monks immediately stepped forward and bowed. Wisdom King, this demon is really wild. The 3 of us gathered the power of the entire temple, but we still couldn't enlighten it. Instead, it killed many people. I already know. The white-browed old monk shook his head slightly and said, You guys retreat for now. Set up the Vajra demon, subduing formation, outside the hall. I'll personally enlighten it. Despite the urgency of the matter, Yi Chen suppressed the urge to head to Japan immediately. After all, it was late at night, and he had to tell his family that he was going out. After hanging up the phone, he contacted the Gu family and got his passport done overnight. He also told Lin Tai and Yang Tian some things to take note of when he was not around before returning home to discuss with Su Yuhan and the rest. His daughter's birthday was in a few days. His and Su Yuhan's original plan was to stay at home quietly and celebrate their daughter's birthday. Although Su Yuhan was a little upset about this, she eventually agreed to it after Yi Chen persuaded her. However, she set a time limit for Yi Chen. He had to be back before his daughter's birthday. Naturally, Yi Chen agreed to that. The next morning, he rejected his family's escort and boarded the cruise to Kyushu with his passport and other relevant documents. His identity became a tourist to Nagasaki, even though it was about to be winter. However, that did not stop the tourists from traveling, especially to Japan. As soon as Yi Chen stepped onto the cruise, he heard countless people sharing their purpose of going to Japan. We're getting married, so we're going to Hokkaido for our honeymoon. I can die in peace if I can tour Hokkaido for a week and see the snowy plains and the lavender fields in Furano. It's almost winter. The cherry blossoms on Mount Fuji must be even more beautiful, right? While Yi Chen was smiling, he realized that there were many cultivators on the cruise. These people were dressed no different from ordinary people. Some of them looked serious, some of them were talking and laughing, and some of them were looking around curiously. He secretly shook his head and found his seat. Before he could get close, two young men in suits blocked his way. "Brat, you're not allowed to pass." "My seat is over there." "Excuse me." Yi Chen frowned slightly. The young man in the lead did not move at all. He said expressionlessly, "We've booked our seats at the back. Go and change your ticket." "I'll say it again. Move." The smile on Yi Chen's face gradually disappeared. At that moment, a cold voice was heard. "Luo Tian, Luo Di, step back. Let this gentleman come here." "Yes." The two young men responded and retreated to the side, respectfully. Yi Chen looked in the direction of the voice and saw two young men sitting opposite him. One of them had sharp eyebrows, starry eyes, and an extraordinary aura. Meanwhile, the other was extremely handsome and slightly heroic. His crystal-like eyes were extremely lively. People from the cultivation world. Moreover, they were very powerful. Yi Chen immediately sensed the cultivation base fluctuations on the two of them. He walked to his seat quietly and sat down. When he looked again, he realized that the first 3 rows and the last 3 rows were filled with people from the cultivation world. Moreover, the two young men seemed to be leading them. P.S. I'm still writing the first chapter. Chapter 572. Not long after Yi Chen sat down, the handsome young man coughed. He purposely suppressed his voice and said, "Sir, it's my first time traveling. I'm sorry that my people have offended you due to the lack of discipline. Let's get to know each other. I'm Luo Yao. I'm a man and I like women. This is Tang Jianfeng, next to me. You can call him Xiaofeng. As for his hobbies, to be determined." He started introducing himself after saying that. The young man with the surname Tang looked helpless at first. Subsequently, he glanced at Yi Chen calmly and closed his eyes again as if he did not care about anything. "Yi Chen," Yi Chen said coldly. His gaze was focused on her throat, and his expression was a little strange. He realized that Luo Yao did not have an Adam's apple. She was obviously a woman disguised as a man. "So it's Brother Yi." Luo Yao did not realize that she had been exposed at all. Instead, she asked passionately, "May I know why you're going to Japan this time, Brother Yi? I see that everyone else has their families with them. Some even have girlfriends. Why are you alone?" Yi Chen smiled without saying anything. Seeing that he ignored her, a young man stood up and looked straight at Yi Chen. "What's with your attitude?" "My little." Cough, cough, cough. Before he could finish, Luo Yao immediately coughed a few times. After secretly glaring at that person, she scolded with a straight face, "I already told you not to call me young master outside. How many times do I have to remind you?" That person shut up immediately. Yi Chen secretly laughed when he saw all of that. Subsequently, he shook his head and closed his eyes to rest. Luo Yao wanted to talk to him, but when she saw that he had closed his eyes, she could only look at Tang Jianfeng in boredom. "Hey, Xiaofeng, we're already out. Can you stop pretending to be cool? I'm being reserved." Tang Jianfeng opened his eyes helplessly. Yes. You're reserved, but you're also pretending to be." Luo Yao chuckled. "You're all a bunch of boring people. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have gone with you guys. Xiao Yuanjing is still the most fun." Tang Jianfeng was a little unhappy when he heard the name Xiao Yuanjing. "Don't mention him in front of me. This person is very shrewd. I don't like him. I admit that he's scheming, but it's usually this kind of person that girls like. Look at you. You've lived for more than 20 years, but you're still single, while Xiao Yuanjing has countless beauties." Luo Yao said with disdain. The veins on Tang Jianfeng's forehead throbbed. Luo Yao giggled and said, "I heard that Japanese women are good at housekeeping. They're gentle and virtuous. Why don't you find one as your girlfriend? I say, can you stop playing with me? If I really bring a Japanese woman back, my father will beat me to death. All right, I won't tease you any more." Luo Yao supported her chin with her hand and said, "But to be honest, it's much easier to get along with you than with Xiao Yuanjing. That guy is always smiling. He's also smiling when he kills people. It's a little scary." At this point, he frowned. The others aren't any better. They think they're superior and don't follow the rules the moment they come out. These people have forgotten what happened decades ago. That's why they're so fearless. Tang Jianfeng shook his head slightly and said, "That's why I'd rather travel abroad than stay with them. Out of sight, out of mind. What a pity. Many innocent people are going to be implicated this time." Luo Yao suddenly sighed and said sympathetically, "I heard that in just a week, a few wealthy families have been destroyed, and more than 10 powerhouses have died, causing many people to submit. I wonder if the Chinese powerhouses will be able to hold it in. They have to hold it in even if they can't." Even Yang Junlin, who's ranked number 2 on the Heaven leaderboard, was defeated by the Lin family. At the end of the day, the so-called powerhouses in China are still too weak. Tang Jianfeng seemed to feel pity. While the two of them were talking, they did not notice that Yi Chen had already opened his eyes quietly. There was a thoughtful look in his eyes. That might not be the case. Luo Yao seemed to have thought of something and suddenly smiled. "Although the number 2 on the Heaven leaderboard has been defeated, isn't there still the number 1 guy? What's his name again? You mean Mad Southern Yi?" Tang Jianfeng frowned. Yes, that's him." Luo Yao nodded repeatedly and said, "I heard that this person is quite powerful. He has an outstanding record at such a young age. In less than half a year after his debut, he swept through China. He even killed his way into Korea some time ago and suppressed an entire country by himself." At this point, her eyes shone brightly. "This person is indeed not bad." Tang Jianfeng nodded slightly and said, "He does have some talent to be able to grow to such a level in a place like China. Unfortunately, he can't solve anything by himself. I don't think he's a match for Xiao Yuanjing and the rest." He paused for a moment and said, "Don't forget that I fought Xiao Yuanjing before. I told him that I could only fight him to a draw. I believe that. Xiao Yuanjing is too shrewd, and he likes to hide himself. No one knows how strong he is." Luo Yao nodded in agreement. "Apart from Xiao Yuanjing, there's also Bai Xiaoyu and the rest." Tang Jianfeng's expression froze slightly. These people are too powerful. They've almost suppressed the younger generation. Even some of the older generation pales in comparison to them. I heard that Mad Southern Yi has a grudge against the Bai family. After the Bai family enters the world, Mad Southern Yi's situation will be worrying." Luo Yao shook her head. "That's not something we can worry about." Just when Tang Jianfeng was about to say something, he realized that Yi Chen had already opened his eyes and was listening to them. He could not help but say in a deep voice, "Brother, there are some things that you shouldn't listen to. Otherwise, it might bring you death." The reason why the two of them were talking openly was because they were surrounded by their own people. As for Yi Chen, he was just an ordinary person. Moreover, he seemed to be asleep earlier, so they did not care much. Now that he realized that Yi Chen seemed to have been listening for a long time, he warned him by instinct. Fatal calamity. Yi Chen smiled lightly, Who can kill me? Who dares to kill me? He had a rough guess about the identities of the two people before him. They were obviously from Shang Santian. He did not take Tang Jianfeng's warning seriously, although he had never fought with the powerhouses of Shang Santian. However, that did not stop him from being confident. So what if Shang Santian was powerful? He was still a human after all, not an immortal. Tang Jianfeng frowned when he saw that Yi Chen ignored his good intentions and said, "You're just an ordinary person after all. You don't understand this world at all. Forget it. There's no point in talking to you. That's all I have to say. I hope you can listen to me." Mr. Yi, Xiaofeng is used to being straightforward. He actually doesn't have any ill intentions. Don't take it to heart. Luo Yao came to his rescue. However, what he said is the truth. No matter what you heard, I suggest that you keep it to yourself. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. All right. Yi Chen smiled and closed his eyes again. Soon, the arrival announcement sounded on the cruise ship. Chapter 573. The cruise ship finally stopped at the port of Nagasaki on Kyushu Island. Nagasaki was quite famous in the world. It was traced back to an atomic bomb that had fallen here in the last century. It had caused a destructive blow within 10 kilometers of Nagasaki. Even after decades, there were still many traces of the explosion. Yi Chen released his divine consciousness after walking out of the cruise ship. He had lived 2 lives, but it was his first time coming to this city. If it wasn't for the Night Devil, it could be said that he would never set foot on this land in his life. However, he only took a few casual glances because his ultimate goal was not Nagasaki, but Fukuoka City, which belonged to the same island as Nagasaki. The two places were almost 200 kilometers apart. Chiba Yoshiko had said over the phone that she and Miyamoto Take were hiding on a small island in Fukuoka City. Nagasaki port. Luo Yao could not help but mutter after watching Yi Chen leave. This Mr. Yi is a little unusual. He didn't even greet us before he left. He's just an ordinary person. Why do you pay so much attention to him? Tang Jianfeng frowned and said. He was not jealous of Yi Chen. After all, to him, there were not many people in this world that he and Luo Yao paid special attention to, let alone Yi Chen, who was an ordinary person to him. The reason why they had interacted on the cruise ship was because they were in a good mood. Luo Yao said thoughtfully, "Didn't you notice that this Mr. Yi has been calm from beginning to end? He's neither servile nor overbearing. Even when facing my subordinates, he's calm." She added at the end of her sentence, "I've only felt such an aura from my father." Are you saying that this person is also from the cultivation world? Tang Jianfeng's expression froze slightly before he shook his head and said, "That shouldn't be possible. Don't forget that my Tang family's cultivation technique is extremely sensitive to aura. Very few people can hide their cultivation base in front of me. Maybe I'm overthinking it." Luo Yao nodded in agreement. A cunning arc appeared in the depths of her eyes. "Do you think he found out that I'm a woman disguised as a man and was too embarrassed to talk to me because he was stunned by my beauty?" Tang Jianfeng looked helpless. "Let's go. Let's eat something first." Shika Island. This is a small island located in the northwest of Fukuoka City. The island is less than 10 kilometers in area. It is famous for its seafood due to its proximity to the sea. Its main business is tourism and fishing. At this moment, a fishing boat was moving very slowly on the sea. The deafening engine startled countless seagulls, and the black smoke drifting out of the boat rose into the sky like a huge chimney. "Master Miyamoto, why isn't Master here yet? I feel like there are a lot of outsiders on the island recently. I wonder if they are from the family." Chiba Yoshiko, dressed as a fisherman, was sitting on the deck. She stretched out a pair of white and flawless feet and played in the water. She deliberately blackened her face with bamboo charcoal, revealing a faint worried and nervous expression. Even so, it was still difficult to conceal her pretty facial features. Beside her stood an old man in a straw cape. The old man's face was haggard and his complexion was slightly pale. It was obvious that he had suffered internal injuries. If there were outsiders present, they would definitely be shocked to discover that the old man was Miyamoto Take, a swordsman who was famous in Japan and the successor of Sword Saint Miyamoto Musashi. He was only half a step away from becoming a sword saint in Japan. I don't know either. Miyamoto Take sighed faintly in the face of Chiba Yoshiko's worry. An extremely skinny figure could not help but appear in his mind. Back then in Hong Kong, he had been invited by Chiba Yoshiko to cross the ocean to deal with the owner of this figure. At that time, the 5 world powerhouses had joined forces and thought that they could easily kill this person. Unexpectedly, the other party was extremely ferocious. He was like the reincarnation of a god of war and killed the 4 of them. If he and Chiba Yoshiko had not chosen to submit to him at the crucial moment, they would have been beheaded long ago. That figure had given him too much of a shock. Even after returning to Japan for a few months, he still could not erase it. He was so shocked that he did not dare to rebel, even though Yi Chin was not by his side. Instead, he cooperated with Chiba Yoshiko many times to complete the mission that Yi Chin gave her. A few days ago, he had personally led a team to intercept something. He did not expect to encounter an expert that caused the operation to fail. It was even exposed, and Chiba Yoshiko had fallen into the hands of the Chiba family. He was also the one who led Chiba Yoshiko out of the encirclement and hid here after a few turns. Cough, cough, cough. At this point, he could not help but cough violently a few times. His face was flushed. Master Miyamoto, are you all right? Chiba Yoshiko asked anxiously. I'm fine. Miyamoto Take shook his head slightly. Just as he was about to ask, he accidentally caught a glimpse of more than 10 black shadows rushing over from afar. His expression suddenly changed. Ms. Chiba, this is bad. We've been discovered. Chiba Yoshiko followed his gaze, and her pretty face turned pale. On the hazy surface of the sea, more than 10 black shadows rushed over like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. In the span of a few breaths, these people were less than 20 steps away from the fishing boat. They looked again. These people were all wearing bamboo hats that covered their faces and bodies tightly. They were silent, and the samurai swords in their hands flickered with a cold gleam, as if they wanted to split the white fog around them. It's ninjas. They're ninjas from my Chiba family. At this moment, Chiba Yoshiko's face was filled with despair. She was born in the Chiba family, so she naturally knew how powerful the ninjas that the Chiba family had secretly nurtured were, especially the dozen or so heaven-class ninjas in front of her. They could kill any martial Dao master. At the next moment, a sinister voice came from afar. My good sister, you really know how to hide. I've spent a lot of effort to find you. As the voice faded, a young man in a black suit slowly walked over from the white fog. The young man's cheekbones were protruding, and he looked extremely ugly. The corner of his lips curled into a cruel arc. Chiba Yoshiko said with a trembling voice, Chiba Misawa, I'm now a traitor of the Chiba family. I'm no longer the heir. Why can't you let me go? Why must you force me? Let you go? Chiba Misawa smirked coldly when he heard that. He touched his ugly face and said, My good sister, I'm afraid you've forgotten, right? Half a year ago, you, the heir of the family, destroyed my face with a whip. How can I not repay you? Chiba Yoshiko was instantly speechless. Half a year ago, she was still the heir of the Chiba family. Her status was noble, and it could be said that she was second to only one person and above tens of thousands of people. She controlled the life and death of countless people, and her cousin, Chiba Misawa, was one of them. The Chiba family had been in business for hundreds of years. There was a clear rule that members of the family were not allowed to take drugs, not even marijuana. However, at that time, Chiba Misawa relied on his relationship as Chiba Yoshiko's cousin to secretly take heroin. He was even suspected of smuggling and drug trafficking. After Chiba Yoshiko investigated, she rewarded him with 80 whips according to the family rules. My good sister, it's useless to say anything now. Come back with me obediently and accept the punishment from the family leader. I advise you not to resist." Chiba Misawa pressed on. Right at that moment, a cold gleam flashed across the sky. Miyamoto stood with his saber in his hand. "Ms. Chiba, you leave first. I'll cover the rear." "Cover the rear?" Chiba Misawa smirked coldly. "Miyamoto, do you really think that I didn't predict your existence? I've chosen a good opponent for you. P.S. The first chapter is still updated. I'm writing it." Chapter 574. As soon as Chiba Misawa finished speaking, the surface of the sea in the distance was split open by a saber gleam that was over 10 feet long. Countless waves were sent flying, and a black figure stepped on the broken waves and charged out of the white fog. It was a middle-aged man in a black samurai suit. Whoosh! The middle-aged man landed next to Chiba Misawa and looked at Miyamoto expressionlessly. The samurai sword in his hand automatically returned to its sheath as if it was psychic. "Yagyu Teiken, in order to deal with us, you even invited someone from the Yagyu family." Chiba Yoshiko and Miyamoto's expressions changed at the same time. They turned to look at the middle-aged man with respect. Yagyu Teiken. He was from the Yagyu family of Japan. It was an extremely ancient family. Their status in Japan was even more ancient and noble than the Chiba family. This was because the Yagyu family had produced 3 sword saints in the past. Throughout the history of Japan's swordsmanship, there had only been a total of 6 sword saints. The first was Tsukisahara Buchuan. He was a true sword saint who was born during Japan's Warring States period. He created his own tachi and was known to be undefeated. The second was his disciple, Wazumi Shingang. Compared to his master, Wazumi Shingang was even more outstanding. At a young age, he created the Shurnin sect of swordsmanship and was given the title of #1 in the world by the shogunate. The third was Yagyu Munio. He was the first sword saint of the Yagyu family. He had once lost to Wazumi Shingang's disciple, Hida Toigoro. Hence, he joined Shingang's sect. Not long after, he comprehended the secret of swordless takedown and was given the title of Shurnin Sect's Inku. Yagyu Munio had extraordinary talent. He comprehended a new swordsmanship sect in the Shurnin sect. In order to distinguish it from the Shurnin sect, he called it the Yagyu Shurnin sect. The fourth was Miyamoto Musashi. Miyamoto Musashi was also born during the Edo period of Japan's Warring States period. At a young age, he created his own Yuanming Ryu. Rumor had it that he defeated the Shindang sect's Arima Hideyobushi in his first duel at the age of 13. At the age of 16, he defeated Akiyama, who was known for being tough. At the age of 21, Miyamoto Musashi went to Kyoto and defeated Japan's current swordsman. And the 5th place was Yagyu Jubiai. Compared to the previous few, Yagyu Jubiai could be said to be the strongest swordsman in the history of Japan. He had created the killing God single slash and the snow of the world. Yagyu Jubiai, along with his grandfather Yagyu Shikusai Zongyen and his father Yagyu Dansho Zongju, were collectively known as the Yagyu Santengu. The 6th was Yagyu Ida. He was the only sword saint in Japan. This person created the sword heart, sword soul, and sword resolve. He was also the only person in Japan who had comprehended the sword heart, sword soul, and sword resolve. There were a total of 6 sword saints in Japan's history, and the Yagyu family had 3 of them. From this, it could be seen that this ancient family's status and foundation in Japan were enough to make countless people look up to them. Therefore, after seeing Yagyu Teiken appear, Chiba Yoshiko and Miyamoto's expressions changed greatly. Although Yagyu Teiken was not a sword saint, he was the most outstanding descendant of the Yagyu family. He had also received guidance from the sword saint Yagyu Ida and was known as the person closest to becoming a sword saint in Japan. Even Miyamoto would be overshadowed by him. Miyamoto, your ancestor, Miyamoto Musashi, is known as a sword saint. He can be considered to have a long history of learning. I didn't expect you to be willing to be someone else's lackey. Yagyu Teiken stood with a saber in hand and said in disappointment, "Your actions have insulted the dignity of the Japanese swordsmanship. Today, I'll clean up the sect on behalf of the Japanese." "Ms. Chiba, looks like the two of us will have to die here today." Miyamoto takes side softly. His gaze swept past Chiba Masawa and the dozen or so ninjas from the Chiba family. He did not expect the Chiba family to make such a big fuss in order to capture them. Just the dozen or so heaven-class ninjas from the Chiba family were not something he could deal with, let alone Yagyu Teiken, under such a heavy encirclement. Unless he broke through to the Sword Saint stage, he would not be able to resist at all. However, it was not that easy to break through to the Sword Saint stage. Chiba Yoshiko's face was filled with despair when she heard that. At this point, not to mention the fact that Yi-chan had yet to appear. Even if he did, the ninjas from the Chiba family would have to retreat when facing Yagyu Teiken. How could they save her? "My dear sister, do you know what despair is now?" Chiba Masawa laughed out loud and said, "Go, follow my family obediently. Don't worry, I won't kill you. And you, Master Miyamoto, if you're willing to submit to my Chiba family, I might spare your life." Ha 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 ha. Miyamoto suddenly laughed out loud. "Chiba Masawa, not to mention you. Even that old thing Chiba Izumi wouldn't dare to say that in front of me. Your Chiba family has only a history of over 100 years. The reason why you rose to power is because of the Hitamoto clan. However, my Miyamoto family has more than 500 years of history. When my ancestor, Miyamoto Musashi, ruled Japan, your Chiba family was just a lowly commoner. So you're asking for death?" Chiba Masawa sneered. "What's there to fear about life? What's there to enjoy about death?" Miyamoto took a deep breath in. For qualified swordsman, from the moment he leaves the house with his sword, he no longer cares about life and death, but conquering the world. At this point, he looked at Yagyu Teiken. "Draw your sword, Yagyu Teiken. Everyone ranks my ancestor, Miyamoto Musashi, behind the 3 sword saints of your Yagyu family. Everyone says that my Miyamoto family's Iajetsu can't compare to your Yagyu family's Azura / I'd like to see it today. All right, I'll fulfill your wish." Yagyu Teiken's expression froze slightly. Then he bowed to Miyamoto heavily. This was the most formal etiquette between swordsmen. At the next moment, both of them drew their swords at the same time. Waves surged, cold gleams swept through the sky, and the clouds dispersed. Miyamoto took a few steps back, and his hand that was holding the sword trembled slightly. If one took a closer look, they would notice traces of blood slowly dripping down the hilt of the sword to the deck. It was a shocking sight. "You've lost." Yagyu Teiken slowly sheathed his sword. This was the case when experts exchanged blows. There was no great battle, and there was no sword and saber light. There was only the most powerful attack that they could unleash. "Yes, I've lost." Miyamoto slowly closed his eyes, his expression bitter. Then he slowly raised his hand. The katana in his hand was extremely dazzling, and the tip of the katana was pointed at his abdomen. No, Master Miyamoto." Chiba Yoshiko burst into tears. It was rare for swordsmen to fight to the death on the spot. However, the outcome was very cruel. That was because the loser had to commit suicide to defend the dignity of swordsmanship. At this moment, there was a sudden clap of thunder in the sky, causing the entire sea to tremble a few times. At the next moment, countless solidified white mist swept over from afar. The white mist filled the sky, as if the sea had become boiling. At the same time, waves of sea waves surged over recklessly. Chiba Masawa was shocked. "What's happening? There's someone in the distance." Yagyu Teiken stared at the end of the sea. Everyone followed his gaze and looked over. They only saw a thin figure wrapped in a monstrous wave surging towards them. P.S. Chapter 2, there's one more chapter. Chapter 575. The waves surged on the vast sea like the roar of a giant dragon. It was as if the entire sea had been flipped over. At that moment, everyone, including Yagyu Teiken and Chiba Masawa, stared blankly at the approaching waves. They were shocked. What's that? Chiba Masawa could not help but gulp. Was that a tsunami? It didn't seem like it, because even tsunamis did not have such power and commotion. Could Master be here? Chiba Yoshiko, who was already in despair, suddenly had such a thought. However, she immediately extinguished it, because the commotion in front of them was just too shocking. She did not think that a human could do that. There's someone on the waves. Yagyu Teiken, who had always been conceited and aloof, gasped and mumbled. Even when he defeated Miyamoto Take earlier, he did not have such a huge reaction. The waves were getting closer and closer. In just a few breaths' time, it was less than 100 meters away from everyone. Only then did everyone see clearly. It was a skinny young man in green clothes. He stood with his hands behind his back and stepped on the huge waves as if he was stepping on a giant dragon. The 10-odd heaven-class ninjas that Chiba Masawa brought with him revealed vigilance and wariness in their eyes. They even had goosebumps all over their bodies. At that moment, the entire world was dead silent. Everyone stared blankly at the young man. When Chiba Yoshiko and Miyamoto Take saw the young man's appearance, they were stunned at first. Then, their bodies trembled violently, and disbelief appeared on their faces. For a moment, they forgot to speak. Who exactly is this person? Deep shock surged in Yagyu Teiken's eyes, making it difficult for him to breathe. It was as if the air had frozen. He thought that he was invincible in the entire Japanese cultivation world below the Sword Saint. However, when he saw that figure, he was as weak and fragile as a baby. Powerhouse! He was definitely a powerhouse. This person's aura was exactly the same as his grandfather's. He took a deep breath in and did not dare to think too much. He immediately took the initiative to welcome the young man who was walking on the waves. When he was less than 10 steps away from the young man, Yagyu Teiken bowed slightly and cupped his fists. I'm Yagyu Teiken from the Japanese Yagyu family. May I know who you are? Please forgive me for not welcoming you earlier. As soon as these words were spoken, Chiba Masawa and the others were stunned. After all, Yagyu Teiken was a member of the Yagyu family. Since when was there a need to be so respectful to outsiders in Japan? Chiba Masawa, why aren't you bringing your men over to greet the senior? This senior is someone like my grandfather. Seeing that they were stunned, Yagyu Teiken immediately shouted, This senior is someone like my grandfather. Hearing those words, the expressions of Chiba Masawa and the others changed in unison, and they didn't dare to hesitate in the slightest. They immediately walked over and bowed to the young man with cupped fists while feeling shocked repeatedly in their hearts. Especially Yagyu Teiken. He looks like an Asian, but I don't know if he's Chinese or someone from Japan. If he's from Japan, why haven't I seen him before? He had never heard his grandfather mention it. However, he did not dare to ask too many questions. This was because he knew that experts like these usually had strange temperaments. If they said something that they shouldn't say and crossed the other party's bottom line, the consequences would be unimaginable. While everyone was secretly trembling, Yi-chin lifted his head to look at Chiba Yoshiko, who was far away. He smiled lightly. Chiba Yoshiko, how have you been? As his voice fell, Chiba Masawa, Yagyu Teiken, and the rest were shocked. Senior, do you know someone from the Chiba family? Chiba Masawa mustered his courage and lifted his head to look at Yi-chin. He asked carefully. At the same time, his heart slowly sank. If the powerhouse who suddenly appeared in front of them really knew Chiba Yoshiko, wouldn't it mean that they couldn't complete the family's mission? At this moment, a voice mixed with surprise and grievance sounded behind them. Master, you're finally here. Chiba Masawa immediately turned around and saw Chiba Yoshiko looking at the young man in front of her with excitement as if she had seen her savior. Miyamoto Take, who was next to her, was not much better. Boom! Almost at that moment, a bolt out of the blue sounded in Chiba Masawa's mind. It was like a muffled thunder. And Master, he seemed to have thought of something immediately. He suddenly looked at Yi-chan with deep shock in his eyes. Why, you're the Chinese powerhouse behind this be *TCH. The Chiba family had roughly found out about Chiba Yoshiko secretly submitting to Yi-chan. However, they only knew that Yi-chan was a Chinese powerhouse who intended to get his hands on the foreign fragment. Even so, the Chiba family did not care at all. To them, there were powerhouses in China and there were powerhouses in Japan as well. However, what they did not expect was this Chinese powerhouse had personally descended to Japan to save Chiba Yoshiko. You're the one who's after Chiba Yoshiko? If I'm not wrong, you people should be from the Thousand Leaves family, right? Yi-chan lifted his hand and waved to disperse the waves. He landed on the water and walked toward Chiba Masawa step by step with his hands behind his back. Kill him! Almost at that moment, Chiba Masawa's expression changed drastically several times, and he suddenly issued a kill order to the dozen or so ninjas behind him. At the next moment, the ninjas disappeared from where they were instantly. In the next breath, they appeared before Yi-chan. They had been raised by the Chiba family since they were young. It was not an exaggeration to describe them as death warriors. Even after knowing how terrifying Yi-chan was, they were still fearless. And at that moment, Chiba Masawa and Yagyu Teiken ran toward Chiba Yoshiko instead, as if they wanted to use this opportunity to capture her. How dare a firefly compete with the moon? Yi-chan shook his head lightly. He passed through the bodies of the ninjas and stood in front of Chiba Yoshiko. Chiba Masawa immediately looked like he had seen a ghost. As the entire process was too fast, he subconsciously turned around to take a look. The dozen or so heaven-class ninjas that he brought with him remained standing still. In the next second, they exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Yagyu Teiken was no exception. All the hair on his body stood on end. He was too powerful. Such a person was definitely one of the best in China. At the next moment, the two of them knelt before Yi-chan directly. There was deep fear on their faces. Spare me, senior, spare me. Before such a person, they had given up the thought of resisting. On the other hand, Chiba Yoshiko and Miyamoto Take seemed to have been petrified. They did not expect the dozen or so heaven-class ninjas from the Chiba family, who could kill any martial Dao master, to be killed in an instant before Yi-chan. They did not even manage to scream. On the other hand, Yagyu Teiken, the genius of the Yagyu family who had defeated Miyamoto Take with a single strike earlier, knelt on the deck as if he was scared out of his wits. Chapter 576. Chiba Yoshiko Greets Master. Chiba Yoshiko finally snapped back to her senses when she saw Chiba Masawa and Yagyu Teiken kneeling on the ground, trembling. The two of them knelt before Yi-chan immediately. Miyamoto Take knelt on the ground as well. Miyamoto Take greets Master. If one took a closer look, they would realize that their eyes were filled with shock and fanaticism. It was fanaticism toward Yi-chan, especially Chiba Yoshiko. She thought that she was dead for sure earlier. Never had she thought that Yi-chan would come on the waves and kill more than 10 heaven-class ninjas from the Chiba family in the blink of an eye. Subsequently, he scared Chiba Masawa and Yagyu Teiken out of their wits. Yi-chan smiled lightly. What should we do with these two? As soon as he said that, Chiba Masawa, who was kneeling on the ground, could not help but look at Chiba Yoshiko. He begged, Sister, my good sister, can you let me go? I'm only following orders. As long as you don't kill me, I'm willing to be your dog. I'm willing, Master. Chiba Masawa must die. However, Chiba Yoshiko's face was cold, and her eyes revealed endless killing intent and hatred. Chiba Yoshiko, you be *TCH. Chiba Masawa's body trembled, and he immediately cursed viciously. The family won't let you off. You will, bang! Before he could finish his words, his entire body was split into two halves by a single palm strike. Shut up! Yi Qin retracted his hand slowly and looked at Yagyu Teiken coldly again. What should we do with this one? This move of his caused everyone to be shocked. Decisive, overbearing, indifferent to life and death. Those words appeared in their minds almost at the same time, causing Yi Chen's image to rise to an unimaginable level in their hearts. Yagyu Teiken felt a chill inside when he sensed Yi Chen's cold gaze. He wanted to speak by instinct, but he heard Chiba Yoshiko say, "Master, Yagyu Teiken is from the Yagyu family. You can't kill him." "Oh, why?" Yi Qin raised his brows. Chiba Yoshiko took a deep breath in and said slowly, "The Yagyu family is a wealthy family in Japan. They have an ancient history. If you kill him, you'll offend the entire Yagyu family." "Not bad." Miyamoto nodded in agreement. "Master, you might not know this, but the Yagyu family has produced 3 sword saints. The current sword saint, Yagyu Ida, is the only sword saint in Japan. This person has a supreme status in Japan. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe him as the leader of the pugilistic world in the Central Plains. To them, although Yi Chan was powerful, how could he fight a wealthy family like the Yagyu family in Japan? Not to mention Sword Saint Yagyu Ida, who had hidden his sword for 50 years. "Is that so?" Yi Qin lifted his head and looked at Yagyu Teiken. Meeting his gaze, Yagyu Teiken subconsciously nodded and said, "That's right. Senior, my ancestor is Sword Saint Yagyu Ida. Once you kill me, not only will you have to bear the wrath of my Yagyu family, but it will also cause my ancestor to take action." Bang! A smear of scarlet blood splattered on Chiba Yoshiko's face. When she looked again, Yagyu Teiken, who was kneeling on the ground, was split into 2, just like Chiba Masawa. It was a ghastly sight. At that moment, Chiba Yoshiko and Miyamoto were stunned. Never had they thought that Yi Chan would dare to kill Yagyu Teiken after knowing his background. Yi Chan shook his head calmly and said, "So be it. When have I, Yi Chan, ever been threatened by anyone in my life? If it was China, he might not have killed so wantonly. However, this was Japan." At that moment, 2 black streams of light suddenly emerged from Chiba Masawa and Yagyu Teiken's split corpses. The black streams of light shot towards the sky at high speed. "Master, this is bad. The god in their bodies has gone back to inform us." Chiba Yoshiko and Miyamoto expressions changed when they saw that. Yi Chin frowned, God. As if sensing his confusion, Chiba Yoshiko hurriedly explained, "Master, you might not know this, but the Japanese cultivation world is mainly divided into 2 systems, the Sword Dao and the God Dao. The Sword Dao is the most primitive cultivation method, which is a swordsman like Master Miyamoto." At this point, she paused for a moment and continued, "As for the Shinto sect, it's a system that focuses on incense to become a god and controlling spirit bodies to fight against enemies. The Yin-Yang masters of Japan are the embodiment of the Shinto sect, and the Shikigami refers to the spirit bodies that are under the orders of the Yin-Yang masters. Doesn't the Yagyu family practice the Sword Dao?" Yi Chin said, "To put it bluntly, this so-called God Dao was the art of raising ghosts and controlling ghosts." "Theoretically, yes," Chiba Yoshiko said slowly. "However, after so many years of development, the cultivation system of Japan has been subtly integrated. Many Sword Dao families have chosen to cooperate with the God Dao families. From what I know, the Yagyu family is backed by one of the 4 Yin-Yang master families, the 8 family, and the Chiba family is backed by one of the 4 Yin-Yang master families, the Hitamoto clan." Miyamoto said in a deep voice. Chiba Yoshiko took a deep breath in and said with a bitter smile, "Master, that means you've offended the 4 super forces of Japan." To her, just the Chiba family alone was a colossus, let alone the other 3 forces. "So what?" Yi Chin stood with his hands behind his back, His gaze was as cold as a knife. I've come to Japan with my sword this time. Those who go against me will die. He was determined to get the night demon. For that he did not hesitate to kill. After saying that, he looked at Chiba Yoshiko. Tell me the details of what I want you to find out. Chiba Yoshiko did not explain clearly on the phone earlier. This woman was indeed the former successor of the Chiba family. After knowing that she was in danger, she did not dare to reveal everything. She was worried that Yi-chan would not care about her life after finding out. Chiba Yoshiko did not dare to hesitate and immediately told him what she knew. It turned out that ever since she returned to Japan from Hong Kong that day, she had secretly used the power in her hands to inquire about the whereabouts of the other foreign fragments. After more than a month, she found out that the remaining foreign fragments had all fallen into the hands of the 4 Yin-Yang Master Clans. In particular, the largest fragment was held by the 4 Yin-Yang Master Clans. The 4 forces used all sorts of methods to study the foreign fragments, but they did not make any progress. In the end, they decided to move it. After Chiba Yoshiko received the news, she sent people to intercept and snatch it. Unexpectedly, the 4 forces sent powerhouses to escort them, causing the plan to fail. Only Miyamoto managed to escape. Chiba Yoshiko's plan was exposed, and she was hunted down by the Chiba family. Yi-chan frowned slightly after hearing that. Are you saying that the remaining foreign fragments are in the hands of the 4 Yin-Yang Master Clans? They were indeed in their hands before, but I don't know where they were moved to. What I'm sure of is that the 4 Yin-Yang Master Clans and my Chiba family definitely know where they are. Chiba Yoshiko said immediately. Yi-chan shook his head. Let's go. Chiba Yoshiko could not react for a moment. Master, where are we going? Of course. Accompany me to your Chiba family. Chapter 577. Although Yi-chen's words were very calm, Yi-chen's heart was filled with fear. However, Chiba Yoshiko sensed a cold killing intent from him. It was this killing intent that made her not dare to disrespect Yi-chen at all. Even after Yi-chen offended the 4 super forces of Japan at the same time, she did not dare to resist, although she was afraid. She knew that from the moment she was hunted by the Chiba family, the entire Japan could no longer tolerate her. She and Yi-chen were equivalent to grasshoppers on a rope. After Yi-chen performed a fireball tactic to burn Chiba Misawa and Yagyu Taken's bodies, he rushed to the Chiba residence in downtown Fukuoka under Chiba Yoshiko's lead. Almost at the moment they set off in a mansion hundreds of miles away in Tokyo, there was a room that looked like an altar. It was filled with all kinds of sandalwood plaques, and all kinds of names were written on them. Pa. At that moment, a wooden sign with the words Yagyu Taken written on it suddenly exploded at the center of the altar. Plop! This sudden scene scared the old man on duty so much that he collapsed to the ground on the spot. Then, the old man got up and hurriedly ran out of the house. Not good. Not good. Young Master Wu, Jian, is dead. At the same time in the Chiba family, in a spacious room, the aroma of wine filled the air. All the upper echelons of the Chiba family took off their shoes and knelt in front of the table. They looked respectfully at a middle-aged man in hunting clothes and a black hat. The middle-aged man had a mustache, and there was a cinnabart between his eyebrows. He closed his eyes to rest, as if he was asleep. His eyebrows exuded a power that made one's heart palpitate. Many people would occasionally look at him with respect, because he was Hitamoto Jiro, the disciple of the Hitamoto clan, one of the 4 great Yin-Yang Master Clans. At the same time, he was also a high-level Yin-Yang Master. Below Hitamoto Jiro sat a white-haired old man in a plain kimono. The old man looked to be in his 80s. His skin was dark yellow, and his face was covered in wrinkles. He looked like an old man with one foot in the grave. However, the entire Chiba family trembled in front of him because the old man was the true soul of the Chiba family, Chiba Izumi. At that moment, Hitamoto Jiro, who was sitting at the head of the table, opened his eyes and slowly looked at Chiba Izumi. Patriarch Chiba, it's been an hour since Chiba Masawa sent the news, right? Is there still no results? My time is limited. I don't have the time to waste here with you. Chiba Izumi's expression froze, and he immediately said, Sir Jiro, please wait patiently. Perhaps Masawa is already on his way back. I'll order someone to contact him now. After saying that, he gave the people around him a look. The other party nodded slightly. Just as he was about to take out his phone to contact someone, the door of the room was suddenly knocked open by a strange gust of wind. Then, a black shadow shot into Hitamoto Jiro's hand. There's no need to contact him. Hitamoto Jiro's expression changed. He suddenly stood up and said, The god I left on Chiba Masawa told me that he's dead. As soon as he said that, everyone in the room was shocked. Masawa is dead. Chiba Izumi was slightly stunned. Then he said in disbelief, That's impossible. Before Masawa left, he took away more than 10 heaven-class ninjas that the Chiba family had nurtured for decades. He even had Yagyu Teiken's help. Who else can kill him? The rest of the Chiba family members were shocked as well. The Chiba family had been keeping a low profile and growing stronger all these years. Among them, the 18 heaven-class ninjas were the most feared by outsiders. These people had undergone devilish training since they were young, and they were extremely proficient in assassination, poisoning, and other professional skills. Even a martial Dao master would have to retreat when the 18 of them worked together. How could they fail? Furthermore, they had the help of the most outstanding genius of the Yagyu family, Yagyu Teiken. One had to know that Yagyu Teiken was the person closest to the Sword Saint stage. Meanwhile, Chiba Yoshiko only had Miyamoto Take's help. A mere Miyamoto Take could not do that at all. That's the truth. For the first time, anger appeared on Hitamoto Jiro's calm expression. The god told me that not only is Chiba Masawa dead, even Yagyu Teiken is dead. Furthermore, he died in the hands of a Chinese young man. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire room was in an uproar. Chiba Masawa was not the only one dead. Even Yagyu Teiken was dead. Moreover, he died in the hands of a Chinese young man. How was that possible? Even Chiba Izumi, who was over 70 years old, could not help but say angrily, Who exactly is this person? How dare he offend both the Chiba family and the Yagyu family at the same time? That's your business. Hitamoto Jiro smirked coldly. To prevent the 4 yin-yang master family's plan from being leaked, Chiba Yoshiko and that Chinese powerhouse must die. Otherwise, everyone in the Chiba family will commit suicide and hand over their souls to Lord Soul Eater. Hearing the words Lord Soul Eater, Chiba Izumi's body trembled violently. He hurriedly stood up and said, Don't worry, Sir Jiro. Even if the Chiba family has to fight to the last man, we will complete the mission. Just as he finished speaking, a member of the Chiba family stumbled in his wooden clogs and fell to the ground with a thud. He stammered, And Master, Miss Chiba, brought her people to fight back. What? How dare you? All the members of the Chiba family in the room stood up with anger on their faces. It was the first time in the 100 years that the Chiba family had been in Japan that someone dared to attack them. They were simply looking down on them. Hitamoto Jiro, on the other hand, drank a glass of wine calmly and said with a faint smile, It's obvious that the Chinese powerhouse is here. That's good too. Chiba Izumi felt that he had never been angry in decades. But today he could not help but be angry. I wanted to look for him, but he came to me instead. He shouted, Where are the 4 ghosts of Japan? At the next moment, the space around him distorted, and then 4 black figures suddenly appeared behind him like ghosts. Every single one of them was dressed in black, from head to toe. There was no other color. As they appeared, the entire room fell silent. Even the smile on Hitamoto Jiro's face gradually darkened. He could not help but say, Are these the real trump cards of the Chiba family, the 4 ghosts of Japan? Rumor had it that there was an outstanding person in the Chiba family's ancestor. In order to pursue the legendary art of immortality, he created the theory of dismemberment. The so-called dismemberment was to separate a person's soul from the corpse and then build a temple to worship the soul, allowing the soul to enjoy incense for life and never be destroyed. This method was extremely cruel and painful. First, it was the pain of the soul being separated. After the soul was separated, it had to take the initiative to destroy its consciousness. The stronger the willpower of a person when they were alive, the more powerful their energy would be after dismemberment. Of course, the failure rate would also be higher. Back then, the ancestor of the Chiba family used hundreds of people as experiments, and only 4 people succeeded. These 4 people were called the 4 ghosts of Japan. P.S. There's still one more chapter. I'm writing it now. I won't miss it. Chapter 578. Outside the Chiba family. At this moment, it was filled with a dense crowd. All of these people held weapons in their hands as they looked at the young man and woman in front of them with vigilance and hatred, especially that ordinary-looking, skinny young man. It was this young man who had shocked them greatly. He had charged into the Chiba family alone, like a crazy demon. Countless elites of the Chiba family had been mobilized, but they were all killed by him alone. The ground was covered with blood and corpses. The air was filled with the pungent smell of blood. It proved that what they saw was not an illusion. As the young man took a step forward, the crowd let out a cry in unison and could not help but take a few steps back. Was this young man a demon? A demon that had returned from hell? When everyone retreated to the entrance of the Chiba family's villa and had nowhere to retreat to, a high-ranking member of the Chiba family could not help but say angrily, "Who exactly are you? Why did you help the evildoer kill the people of my Chiba family wantonly?" He looked at Yi-chan with fear and anger in his eyes. Those who died were the elites of the Chiba family. After this, the Chiba family might not be able to recover. Facing his accusation, Yi-chan stood with his hands behind his back and said extremely coldly, "I'm here to visit the Chiba family today. Please come out and meet me, master of the Chiba family." Bastard. The upper echelon of the Chiba family said angrily, "You've killed so many people of my Chiba family, yet you still want to see the patriarch? You're just daydreaming." He could not help but look at Chiba Yoshiko behind Ichin as he spoke to this point. His eyes were filled with resentment. "Yoshiko, you traitor! Can you bear to watch this man kill your former clansman?" As his voice fell, the countless members of the Chiba family standing behind him looked at Chiba Yoshiko with their eyes wide open. If looks could kill, Chiba Yoshiko would have died countless times. Fourth uncle. Chiba Yoshiko sneered, "The reason why the Chiba family is in this state today is because the family abandoned me first. From the moment the family hunted me down, I was no longer a member of the Chiba family. You are no longer my clansmen or relatives, but enemies. Since they're enemies, what's there to talk about?" After saying that, her eyes were filled with hatred. "Besides, my good fourth uncle, don't keep talking about the family. Do you really think I don't know why the successors of the Chiba family before me mysteriously disappeared? You. The expression of the Chiba family's upper echelon changed. Chiba Yoshiko's face was filled with endless mockery. Grandfather announced his abdication 20 years ago, and the position of the Chiba family head has been vacant until now. During this period, there were several successors, but all of them disappeared. The reply given by the family was either a sudden death or a mission. Do you really think I'm so gullible? If I'm not mistaken, these people who disappeared did not die suddenly or went out to carry out a mission. Instead, they died. Furthermore, they were used by you as livestock sacrifices to pay homage to the high and mighty Lord Soul Eater." As soon as those words were spoken, countless people went into an uproar. They all looked at the upper echelon of the Chiba family in shock, their eyes filled with disbelief. They were also extremely curious about this matter. They did not expect Chiba Yoshiko to say such an incomparably cruel version. The expression of the upper echelon of the Chiba family changed drastically, and he denied, "No, she's lying. Don't believe her, don't believe her." This was the Chiba family's secret. The Chiba family recognized the Hitamoto clan as their master, so they naturally had to respect the god that the Hitamoto clan worshipped. That god's taste was extremely strange, and he liked the souls of virgins. Therefore, the Hitamoto clan had to choose a few virgins from their subordinates to sacrifice every year. It doesn't matter if I'm lying or not. Chiba Yoshiko could not help but sneer. Instead of being played by you like a monkey and deceived by you like an animal, why should I care about your feelings? Now that I'm following Master, at least Master treats me like a human. Yoshiko, you actually have the face to come back. Right at this moment, an extremely gloomy voice came from behind everyone. The crowd immediately dispersed to the sides, making a wide path. Subsequently, an old man in his 80s in a plain kimono led a few people over slowly. The old man's hawk-like gaze made no one dare to look him in the eye. Behind him was Hitamoto Jiro from the Hitamoto clan. If it was in the past, Chiba Yoshiko would definitely be trembling in fear before Chiba Izumi. However, with Yi Chin by her side today, she looked at Chiba Izumi fearlessly. "Grandpa, I only want to take back what belongs to me today." "What belongs to you?" Chiba Izumi could not help but sneer. "Your blood, your flesh. Everything you have was given to you by the family. How can you talk about what belongs to you?" "Yes, the position of the family head is mine." Chiba Yoshiko took a deep breath in and said, "You deliberately promoted me to the successor of the family, but you didn't clarify my position. Your goal was to use me as a sacrifice to Lord Soul Eater. You lied to me. Tell me, don't you owe me this?" "I can't be bothered to talk to you." Chiba Izumi scoffed coldly and looked at Yi Chin. He said, while scrutinizing him, "Since you killed Masoa and Yagyu-Ken, I'm sure you're not a nobody in China. Tell me your name. Let me know who dares to barge into my Chiba family." "I'm Mad Southern Yi from China." Yi Chin stood with his hands behind his back as he met everyone's gaze. His extremely cold voice shook the entire place. "I'm here today to ask for something from the Chiba family head." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone, including Chiba Izumi, was stunned. They could not react to who Mad Southern Yi was. A few seconds later, a member of the Chiba family inhaled sharply. He looked at Yi Chin in disbelief and said, "Why, you're the China #1, El Mad Southern Yi." The moment that was said, everyone was in an uproar. A trace of shock surged out of Chiba Izumi's calm expression. The China #1, Mad Southern Yi. Even though he was far away in Japan, he couldn't be more familiar with these words. This was because these words represented a series of shocking achievements, as well as endless slaughter and bloodshed. If he was already like that, how could the other members of the Chiba family be so arrogant? At that moment, their faces were filled with extreme shock and disbelief. Chiba Yoshiko saw the expressions on everyone's faces, and a hint of pride could not help but appear on her pretty face. "This is my Chiba Yoshiko's master, a man who could cause a stir wherever he went." Just as everyone was in shock, they heard an extremely cold laughter coming from the side. "What bullsh*, T China #1. It's just an undeserved reputation. We don't care if you dominate China, but you're courting death if you dare to come to Japan. P.S. Today's update for the 3rd chapter has been completed. I'll continue tomorrow. Thank you for your support. Please give me recommendation votes and monthly votes. At the same time, thank you very much for your tips.